Recording in progress.
I call to order this October 8th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Devetto, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Chair Aiken.
Here.
Vice Chair Chang.
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner James. Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
For the record, we have quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment for items that are not on the agenda?
Through the chair, I do have one request at the moment to speak for general public comment. I will invite Cheryl Kay.
And we allow 3 minutes for each speaking period here in this for this item.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you so much for doing what you do, for all the time that you put into our community. My name is Cheryl Klein, and I live at 576 East Crescent Drive. I live right next to Jim Duran's house, on the corner of East Crescent and Southwood. And this issue was discussed at the last PTC meeting. And I just want to go on the record about our support for making the bulb out permanent. So I appreciated and I felt great that you gave so much time to Jim and his concerns. I think most of my neighbors would agree that the bulb out has increased the safety of our street a lot. We live on a very narrow street. Cars used to go down there very quickly in order to get onto Southwood. It was sort of a bypass for getting onto 101, getting off of it quickly. And what I appreciate about the bulb out is that it creates a visual sign. The stop sign can be seen from probably like 30 feet away that you need to slow down. And that has really helped slow the traffic on our street. It's made it safer for pedestrians, for bicyclists who are going to school. So even though I know it's not necessarily in your purview anymore, I just want to go on the record. I think it has calmed traffic in our neighborhood so much that I think our neighbors thought when they got the postcard about the meeting that it was probably just going to become permanent. And we didn't realize that there was going to be a fight on our hands. But I think after speaking with some of them, we are interested in making it permanent. And if we have to come to City Council to do that and to advocate for ourselves, we certainly will. So I invite you to come to the neighborhood, to walk the street, to see the improvement that it's made. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Are there any other public comments?
Through the chair, I've received no other requests for general public comment and no other raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, so Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes or deletions.
All right, then we're ready for the city official reports. Ms. Armour, would you begin?
Yes, thank you. We will share a quick presentation as usual, just going over some of your upcoming meetings. So we'll look at the next slide. At your next meeting, we actually have 3 items scheduled: an update on the Grand Boulevard effort from Samtrans. This is focused mostly on San Mateo County, but it does include the train station, or the train and transit station here at University Avenue, since they do connect there. The Palo Alto link will be receiving an update on that, and a discussion of retail revitalization, some of the code changes that were temporary, adopted in an interim ordinance at the end of last year for discussion towards a permanent ordinance. On November 12th, we have scheduled 3 items as well. The bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, you did see some options for this previously, and so this would be coming to you for a recommendation. The annual comprehensive plan progress report, which is just an annual update on how we're doing on accomplishing those programs, and a site and design application at 929 Laurel Glen Drive. As usual, these are subject to change, but that's what we have planned as of now. And you will note that in your packet for this evening, we have an initial schedule for your meetings in 2026. So if you can take a look through that, and if you do note any typos, any edits or meetings you don't anticipate being available for, we always welcome that information as early as possible. You will note that at the end of the year, even more unusual than we usually do, November, both meetings are either on a holiday or the night before Thanksgiving. So I have proactively put a special meeting in for the week between, so that we have that all on our calendars from the beginning of the year. You will have seen in your emails a survey about a potential special session for the PTC in December. That's just a placeholder for now. But at the moment, I have tentatively 4 potential items to go to your December meeting. So want to make sure we've got the capacity if we need it, if those don't move on. All right, so then we can now move on to the next slide, and a little bit of an update about council dates that are coming up. On the 20th, we did have to reschedule the 70 NCNet tentative map, so that's going, but that's consent calendar, so should not need any participation from the liaison. On October 22nd, we are going to be having a discussion of the downtown housing plan and the potential influence of Senate Bill 79, which is not yet adopted or signed by the governor, but we are being proactive in case it is, since it would affect that effort, and we want looking for some input from City Council. That's a special meeting on a Wednesday, just in case anyone is interested in joining. And then the next meeting, November 3rd for City Council, will include on consent the El Camino Real Retail Node Map and the Rental Registry one-year report informational item. Again, no discussion items that would require liaison participation that evening. And that concludes my report. Before we move on to transportation for an update, the city manager's office has asked me to remind you about the upcoming religious tolerance training. If you have not done so, we encourage you to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Do we have any questions for Ms. Armour on that report? If not, who's with us from the Office of Transportation tonight?
I'm not sure that we have anybody
I see.
connected at the moment.
Yeah, I see no one I recognize on the list.
Right. So unfortunately, we may not have a transportation update this evening.
That's all right. We can work it in later if the opportunity arises. Okay, that concludes the official reports. So we are ready to move on to our first action item tonight. That is a quasi-judicial item, a recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a planned home zoning on 511 Byron Street, 660 University Avenue, and 680 University Avenue. First, I must ask for disclosures. Do any of the commissioners have information that is not already in the public record? All right, seeing no disclosures, I believe we're ready for the staff presentation.
Good evening. My name is Emily Callis. I am the project planner for 660 University. This is a planned community planned home zoning, rezoning, and comprehensive plan amendment application. The project overview, which I sent it to the next slide. There seems to be a bit of a delay between my computer and your screen, so I'll keep that in mind for this presentation. The project includes a comprehensive plan amendment to allow existing office to be rebuilt in the multi-family comprehensive plan designation. The development project also includes a new 6-story mixed-use building with approximately 1,900 square feet of office use and 70 residential units, 20% of which will be provided at below market rates. The project also includes 2 levels of underground parking with 78 parking stalls, a height exception to the 35-foot height limit, and reduced setbacks. This slide says including the middle field special setback. But I want to clarify that the special setback is only encroached below grade, and the building itself above grade is not within the setback. This is an overview of all of the hearings this project has had up to this point. Most recently, the Planning and Transportation Commission reviewed this project in March of this year. The applicant made development changes to the project, which I will go over on the following slides. It went to the Architectural Review Board last 2 months, August, and they provided a recommendation for council to approve it. We are currently at the PTC meeting, and then the next step would be the council decision. There is also a builder's remedy application submitted for this address. It is currently on pause. It is not currently being processed based on the tolling agreement, which is valid through the end of the year. The development potential for the builder's remedy application is based on what was submitted as a part of the pre-application, and it can deviate from that by up to 20%. So there is a potential for that project to include up to 131 dwelling units and up to 101 square feet of floor area. A builder's remedy project is not subject to our usual development standards, including the special setback height, daylight plane, parking, etc. However, this application would require additional review by the Architectural Review Board and City Council. In terms of the PHZ application, there's been a handful of changes since the PTC last saw it in March. This includes an increased number of units from 66 to 70. However, the office space decreased from 9,000 square feet to 1,984 square feet. The office use was also moved to the ground floor, with the 6th floor being fully residential use. As a part of this, the plate heights changed to better accommodate the residential use, and the overall height decreased by about 4 feet. As a part of the increase in units, additional balconies were added, particularly to the interior side facade that faces the other neighbors. And this also has an increased daylight plane encroachment. This slide shows that comparison, with the top image being the new plans and the bottom image being the previously reviewed plans with the office on the 6th floor. This is the view on University Avenue. This shows the Byron Street side, showing that because there is no longer the 6th floor balcony area, that that portion of the building would further encroach into the daylight plane. On the opposite side of the building, along Middlefield, there is a similar change, although the primary change is what you are looking at kind of past the primary facade to the side that's closer to Byron Street. And then lastly, the facade looking towards the interior, including, as I noted, additional residential balconies. This is also the side that has the large oak tree that overhangs the property line. The key considerations for the PTC tonight include the items that were requested as a part of the March 2025 PTC motion. This includes consideration of the impacts of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, which I will cover on the next couple of slides. Consideration of tying the price of the parking spaces to the cost of the residential parking permit, which the applicant can go into further detail on their analysis of. Consideration of the engineering and potential use of the special setback for multimodal use. The plans currently show a portion of the below-grade garage that could be designated or modified in the future to accommodate future projects that the city could consider for making transportation and related improvements. Consideration to remove asphalt around tree number 10 after construction. Tree number 10 is the significant oak tree. The project arborist will be able to answer questions about this. We also have Urban Forestry Manager Peter Gollinger available on the call. Number 5, consideration of bird-friendly glass on the 6th floor and balconies. The balconies have been revised to include bird-friendly glass. The 6th floor at the time of this recommendation was office use. However, now that it is residential use, the bird-friendly glass has not been incorporated into the 6th floor. And then lastly, clarification from Public Works Engineering regarding the FEMA requirements. So the question last time was how what the minimum square footage of office use required to allow below grade parking for this property, which is in a flood zone. And so it has since been determined that there is no minimum square footage, and that is part of why the applicant chose to reduce the office provided from 9,000 square feet to the proposed square footage. The multiple family residential land comprehensive plan designation is proposed to change as shown here, with an additional sentence added to the end stating, as part of a planned community zone or in accordance with retail preservation requirements, existing commercial square footage may be maintained or rebuilt as a part of a housing development project. And so last time the Planning Commission had asked what the expected effect on the overall city could be of this. And so staff does believe that the use would be limited, particularly since in order to utilize this, the project would need to be proposed with a PC project on a property that already has an existing commercial use in this comprehensive plan designation. And so there are currently approximately 1,730 properties in the multifamily designation. Approximately 35 of these have been identified as having a non-residential use. The majority of these properties are neighborhood serving medical or dental offices, and the majority are located close to downtown areas such as this one, as well as others along Middlefield and a couple near the California Avenue downtown area as well. This project was analyzed under the California Environmental Quality Act. A draft EIR was prepared and circulated last year. A final EIR initially was prepared for March of this year, analyzing the project changes that had been made at that point. And then now in October, analysis has been completed for the current project as proposed, and that revised final EIR is published. in that analysis, we found the current project would not result in any new or more significant impacts beyond what was previously assessed. The recommended motion is for the Planning Commission to consider the final EIR and recommend that City Council approve the project by adopting the EIR, the resolution for the comprehensive plan amendment, and the PC ordinance to rezone the property, as well as the record of land use action with approved findings and conditions of approval. The PTC may alternatively consider the above and recommend approval to the City Council. I think this is supposed to say with additional changes. And then alternatively recommend denial based on revised findings. This concludes my presentation. The applicant also has a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callis. Before we move to the applicant, commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions of staff? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I had two quick questions. One is about on slide 15, you described neighborhood serving businesses. Is that a defined term or is that kind of a loose term that you used for the slide?
That is not based on a formal definition. It is in reference to the fact that since it is in a multifamily zone, it is surrounded by residential uses.
Thank you.
Could we go back to the slide, please? And I thought there was a definition of neighborhood serving in Title 18.
So it is a term that is used in some places in our comprehensive plan. But if you want to elaborate.
Not necessarily, yeah, sorry.
So it is a term that is used in some of our adopted documents, but it isn't a use category the way you might have retail defined or, commercial recreation defined.
Thank you. And then I have one other question, which is part of our discussion from the last meeting was regarding the FEMA requirements. And I see on packet page 15 that there's reference to an NFIP technical bulletin that requires the building to be mixed use. Do you know which bulletin that refers to?
It is referenced in the staff report, but potentially in a different page. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be answered now, but you can just kind of answer that asynchronously.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Any other clarifying questions of staff? All right, then. The next step in the process would be the presentation from the applicant. You have up to 15 minutes to speak. For the public comment will follow the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Boyd Smith with the applicant Smith Development. I want to thank the staff for all their help and support in getting us to this evening, and also want to thank you for your time this evening as well. We're excited to show you the progress that we've made. We think we've made some real forward progress in response to your prior comments, and excited to share those with you this evening. I'll turn the time over to Ted Korth now, our architect, as we have a lot to cover. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ted Korth with Korth Sinceri Hagee Architects. So Emily did a good job going through the history of it. I'm going to go through some of this quickly just because it was prepared. So we started in 2021, and we've revised the project numerous times based on policymaker and staff feedback. In September of 2024, we submitted the project as a 6-story mixed-use residential and office building with 2 levels of below-grade parking. In December of 2024, the project was presented to and approved by the ARB with some ad hoc comments. In March of 2025, we presented to the Planning and Transportation Commission, all of you. And in that meeting, there were questions raised about the city's requirement to provide 25% of the building area as non-residential use.
Sorry to interrupt, Ted, we're not displaying.
Oh. Just one second, sorry. I did the share thing. Oh, okay, thank you, thank you. Let me grow it back up again. Yeah. So questions were raised about the city's requirement to provide a 25% of the building area as non-residential use. In April of 2025, the city planning confirmed that the 25% non-residential requirement does not apply to the project. In June of 2025, the project was resubmitted as a 6-story mixed-use residential and office building with 2 levels of below-grade parking. The project was revised to meet FEMA's definitions of a mixed-use building in a special hazard flood zone. Mixed-use buildings must include residential and commercial or other non-residential uses. The project was revised in response to ARB and ad hoc comments as well from the meeting we had in December 2024. We converted the office space to residential units at the 6th floor. We reduced the office space from 9,115 square feet to 1,984 square feet. We increased the unit count from 66 to 70, located on levels 2 through 6. This project, as designed with 70 units, reduces the parking reduction from 30% to 13%. We provide space for possible future city improvements at the corner of University Ave and Middlefield Road in that setback area. We maintain compliance with the 24-foot Middlefield Road special setback above grade. And the arborists have worked together to make sure that we would maintain and preserve the adjacent coast live oak tree. In August of 2025, the project was presented to the ARB and approved with one ad hoc comment. That ad hoc comment was to request the removal of 2 balconies on one H2 unit. I'll show you later where that is, that are 30 feet from the setback, or 30 feet in the setback. Your motion from our first meeting with you was approved with the continuance to provide a clarification of the following items of interest. The project responses to the comments are noted below in blue. 1, give staff the time to bring back the amendment to the comprehensive plan with more of an analysis of the impact citywide with a map of affected properties, their existing conditions and nearby uses. And that information was provided by Emily. 2, consider restructuring the monthly parking fees to align with the residential parking permit cost in the neighborhood. The applicant has concluded that matching the downtown RPP cost would not be financially feasible for this project, given the cost of the garage. 3, address the engineering and potential use of the 24-foot setback regarding facilitating multimodal use. Approximately 425 square feet on each level within the below-grade garage has been allocated for future city improvements. The areas will be designed to accommodate a future retrofit and improvements to the event in the event that it is needed, and would provide 20-foot depth from the sidewalk grade for future improvements. The retrofit would remove 3 residential parking stalls for a total of 75 stalls. 4, incorporate removing the asphalt around the tree after construction is complete. The city arborist and the team's arborist both recommend maintaining the existing asphalt surface throughout and following construction to avoid the inevitable loss of roots underlying the asphalt and/or base material. The proposed design effectively eliminates the risk of damaging those roots and represents the optimal measure to ensure the roots remain intact. 5, require bird-safe glass for the balconies. We will provide bird-safe glass for the balconies. And then clarify whether the office square footage is a public works requirement or only required to qualify for FEMA insurance. Emily explained the city and confirmed that the 25% non-residential requirement does not apply to the project. This is a view of the site. Let me see if I can get the image to be larger here. Well, maybe I'll just keep going. Anyway, that's the site in context with the city. And then enlarge view of the same area showing 4-story residential buildings surrounding the site. These are the buildings that are on site today. These are the buildings in the adjacent neighborhood. Two buildings on the site plan today with an existing setback of 10 foot 11 inches along Middlefield Road. And then along Middlefield Road, this is a 4-block segment of Middlefield Road. Existing buildings, some are as low as 8 foot 6 inches from the property line in terms of the setback. Some are 15, some are 17, some are 20. There are 3 existing buildings that are 24-foot setback today, and we're proposing a 24-foot setback for this project as well. The project on the left was the project that we presented to you last time with office space on the top floor. And on the right side is the proposed project today with residential on all 5 floors above grade. The ground floor being a mixture of uses. This is a corner shot from Middlefield Road and University Ave showing the extensive landscaping in the 24-foot setback, activated ground floor, strong definition of base middle top for the design of the project, and plane changes to add articulation. It's a corner from University and Byron. The area in green is shown as public art, which will be integrated into the design of the project. This is a view from Byron. This is showing the automotive entrance and exit. And this is a view on Middlefield Road showing the building stepping down towards the adjacent residential home. The prior project that we presented to you was 71% residential and 29% non-residential. The project today proposed is 86% residential and 14% non-residential. The section on the left was the project from the prior meeting with all of you that showed office at the top floor. And the view on the right is the current project with residential on those floors. Ground floor contains a variety of uses. In yellow are the mixed common area uses for the residents. In blue is the office space. And purple is a fitness center, which would be used only by the residents of the building and tenants in the office space. On the upper right-hand corner, there's an area shaded in blue, which we've said could be converted if the city determined that they'd like to do that in the future. There was a mention last time we met, maybe there was an opportunity to have new signalization, new traffic lights. So we provided that space, not knowing what would actually be proposed there. We're just taking whatever cue we can get. So the prior project was 66 units with office space, more office space, 78 cars with a 30% parking reduction. The current project is 70 units with very little office space, 78 stalls for a 13% parking reduction. This is one of the first basement level, and the area in blue again is available for retrofit in the future. And the other parking level is the same thing. That area is available for the future. So one other change here, besides 66 units before and 70 units today, the unit mix has changed a little bit, so there are more larger units and fewer studios. Prior, there were 38 studios, and the scheme now is 28 studios. Prior was 22 one-bedroom, and now it's 33 one-bedroom. And prior was 6 two-bedrooms, and now is 9 two-bedrooms. And each of these schemes has 14 below market rate units. This is the second floor with a mixture of units shown. On this plan, there's a note here in blue, which are the 2 balconies that are in lighter green right there, that the ARB requested be removed from the project. Our client would like to have every unit have private open space, so they would like to maintain those if that's acceptable to you. So that's the second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor. As an alternate to this scheme with the 2 balconies in the center, we tried a version where the units in that area would be reconfigured a little bit so that you'd essentially pair up 2 one-bedroom units in that area and get the balconies out of the area that the ARB requested that they be deleted. So this way, every unit still has private open space. So if this new version, that last version with the adjusted plan layout for the units, that would amount to a 66 unit project versus 70. And there would be a little bit different makeup in terms of the unit count. So instead of 33 one-bedrooms, there'd be 39. Instead of 28 studios, there'd be 19, and there would be 8 two-bedrooms instead of 9 two-bedrooms. And the parking reduction, because there are fewer units, would reduce, so it would be an 8% parking reduction versus 13%. There's a section through the building that shows the area in blue that could be retrofitted in the future for city needs on the middle field setback. And this is a section through the building adjacent to the home. And that diagonal line is the daylight plane, and it shows the upper floor is infringing on that. This is a section that shows the tree, and it shows an area in blue. It's set within 6 feet of the building. The tree would be trimmed to allow space for scaffolding and construction practices during the project. If those balconies that were proposed for the 70-unit scheme were included, they would be bolted on at the tail end of construction. And so there wouldn't be any additional effect on the tree other than what occurs to just build the building. If you remove those, then it would look like that. I went fast, but that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Korth. After public comment, we will ask you back for any follow-up you'd like to offer, and then we may also have clarifying questions for you. Mr. DeVetter, how many public speakers do we have?
So through the chair, I have 3 group presentations, and at the moment, 6 individual speakers.
All right, given the low number of individual speakers, we'll retain the 3-minute limit for those. And I assume we'll stick to the 10-minute limit for each of the groups.
Okay.
So let's begin comment from the public.
Our first speaker is Christopher R. speaking on behalf of 5. And then after, he'll get 10 minutes. After that will be Kay Brown speaking on behalf of 5.
Just give me a little pause to make sure I can get in on this thing. Can you help me? How am I going to do the share screen? What am I doing with this?
Next like that, when you want to move your slide.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're going to want to move like this to your next arrow to move the screens.
And down still works?
Down, yep, up or down. Yep.
Okay, sorry. Okay, as he said, I'm Christopher Ream. I'm from the Hamilton. And we have a lot of people from the Hamilton here today because it's very important to us. Okay, how's that? A lot better? Good. Okay, everybody thinks it's better. There's the tree. That's what we're trying to save. And the city of Palo Alto says it's a protected tree, 50-inch diameter, 60 feet tall, and most importantly, a 90-foot cross canopy, uniform canopy. That's what it would look like. And here it is on their plans. That's where it's situated. The tree protection zone standard for Palo Alto is 41 feet for this tree. That's where the canopy would get sliced off if you did the 41 feet. But the applicant wants to call it 30 feet. That's where it's sliced off, right at the face of the building. But you've already heard they want 6 more feet for their balconies. There it is, sliced more. And then in reality, you've got to go even further out, because if you're a resident standing on the balcony with your friends, you don't want to get poked in the eye with a branch. So I'm suggesting 5 feet for safety. And that's what it looks like after the 5 feet. That all adds up to 19 feet from the trunk of the tree, compared to 45 feet that it is now. Okay, now the canopy, there's 2 halves. There's the southern half, which is close to Hamilton, and the northern half, which is the side next to or looking at University. The southern half is it's full there. We're not cutting anything there. It's different property, a different owner. They're not touching that. They're only cutting on the north side. So the north side is naturally going to be a lot lighter than the south side. Here, I've just gone through north and south. And all the cutting on the canopy will be on the north side. Now, the arborist for the applicant has come up with a number, and our arborist, we retained an arborist to look at this. They've come up with a number, and they would agree at 25% of the canopy is going to have to be cut. But that's all going to be cut on the north side, which 25% of half of the canopy means the north side has only got half of what it used to have. The south side is going to be twice as large as the north side. It's the way it's going to work out. Here's a table I put together after a lot of work of calculating various things. And this is in the letter I sent all of you, which I hope you have. So I'll let you go through that. But what I'm really looking at here is how much force is that canopy going to pull on? And the force is called a leverage. Where is the center point of the canopy that's going to remain? And how far is that from the trunk of the tree? And I've come up with these numbers that on the south side of the tree, which hasn't been touched, the center of the canopy is 18 feet, whereas on the north side, it's now going to be 9 feet. And that's based upon this 25% cut of the canopy that's been agreed upon by both arborists. Whereas down below, next number I have is down here. This number is where I did the calculation based upon them cutting back to 19 feet from the trunk. Interestingly, my calculation leaves a little more canopy there. And I think it's because the arborists realized that in construction, they're going to cut some more of the canopy. As you can see, there's going to be a major imbalance in that tree. I mean, very major. You saw that 4-to-1 ratio. So how's it going to be held up? It's going to be held up by its roots on the north side, because the tree, when it starts to tilt, is going to try to bend over. The trunk is going to pull up. The roots hold it back down. That's what keeps the tree up in that case. So we have an arborist on site here. City hired this arborist who did a ground penetration radar to see where the roots were. He was told to stop at 51 feet. That's 51 feet out there. You can see those roots look pretty vigorous at that point. And I'm told the normal is 2 to 3 times the canopy, which would be, in our case, 90 feet, maybe 130 feet. But we're not going to get that. Here comes the garage, underground garage. It's cutting things off. That's about 30 feet to the edge there, 34 feet, I think, in the center, but it's cutting off a huge amount of it. And that's not all. The applicant says they could cut back to 20 feet from the trunk. Here's a quote out of their tree protection report filed in March. Here's what we were just looking at. And there's the area where they can dig into the roots as much as they want. They're coming down with just 20-foot radius of roots there. The comparison, I don't know. This thing is getting cut off over here on the side. Are you getting, no, you're not getting cut off. It's just mine that's getting cut off. Okay. 51 feet radius up there on the existing tree, 20-foot radius after construction. The area is the square of the radius. Square of 51 is 2,600. Square of 20 is 400. What's that ratio? We've got 15% of the roots left. That tree is going to come down if this construction goes forward. I mean, there's just no chance otherwise. I'm going to move on to a couple other concerns I have, but I want to let you know that's my biggest concern. That's what Byron Street looks like. It's a narrow street. You bring a truck, a delivery truck or something down there, nobody can get past it. You can see that. Cars can sort of pull into a driveway if one of them is nice enough to do that. The Hamilton has a circular driveway. They've set back quite a ways from Byron in order to let cars get by each other. You can actually pull in and park a car on that circular driveway in front of the Hamilton, and another car can come around it. We do not block the street. We get Amazon deliveries every day. When you get to this building, if they build it, what's the median age there? Young 20s? Got a call in for food delivery every night. There's going to be a lot of traffic, a lot of delivery on that street. Parking. The plans calculate that 89 stalls are required. Now, they're changing a little bit, but that's what it was last time I looked online 2 days ago. 69 stalls actually go to get provided. That leaves 20 cars roaming around the neighborhood looking for a place to park. Here's another issue. The office space. You see in the upper right-hand side there, that's what we had last year, 9,000 square feet, all that light blue. Now they're showing a much smaller area, which they say they're doing because they're allowed to do that now. I question, the fact that square foot rental charges are a lot higher than residential charges. And they put a little note down there saying, hey, we might just change the interior at some time in the future. So give them approval. Oh, they just decided to go back to the plan from last year because they're going to make a lot more money that way. I strongly suggest that if you were to happen to approve this project, get the city attorney to get a contractual agreement from them that they will not make this kind of change. The planner had told me informally that they would only change up to 100 square feet. Well, I'd get that in writing under a contract. Okay, now if they do that, that's another 29 cars that are going to be joining those first 20, 49 cars wandering around the neighborhood. And as David Hirsch of the Architectural Review Board said when they first looked at this back in December of 2022, too much building in too small of a space. And that is the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next.
Our next speaker is KB, speaking on behalf of 5.
Hi, my name is Kay Brown, 555 Byron Street. I want to start out by saying I'm coming a little late to the project, about 1.5 years late. But so I might be saying things that have already been corrected, but I think not. I went through the draft EIR, I went through the final one, and I'm hoping I'm understanding it all correctly. Okay, I'm in favor of the city's effort to provide more housing. I understand the need for our children and our grandchildren to be able to live in this area. I want teachers and police and fire officers and public servants to be able to reside here as well. However, in the planned home zoning charter, the developers of 660 have been granted a myriad of variances that would otherwise not be permitted within Palo Alto's building codes. The issue is the size and scope of the project and the space allocated. So many allowances, variances were granted by the Architectural Review Board to the developer that skirt regulations, building codes that were formally in place. For example, they deviated from the RM20 zoning, the multiple family residential zoning, to a planned home zone, which I know you all know, but to accommodate variances requested. The newly planned community far exceeds the residential density previously zoned. All the setbacks that were allowed. Middlefield was originally a 24-foot setback. Now it's been reduced to 10. University original setback 16 reduced to 6. Byron original setback required 16 feet reduced to 10. Height now is 77 feet, I believe, where 35 feet was allowed. The lot coverage of the footprint far exceeds what was previously allowed. The reduced usable open space traded the open space requirement by substituting balconies and terraces for open space requirements. And then again, the parking reductions. Okay, so what does this all mean to the Planning Transportation Commission? You now have to deal with the traffic and safety issues of a development that is high density, too large for the square footage and location allotted. I will speak to the safety issues that currently exist in Byron. Byron currently has parking on both sides of the street. There's a very narrow residual allowance for two-way traffic, requiring one car to pull to the side to allow oncoming traffic. During the week, delivery trucks, telecommunication repair trucks, food delivery trucks for the church, linen deliveries, plumbers, electricians, multiple nursery school transport vehicles are parked along Byron, which exacerbates an already congested street. Drivers on University that choose not to wait for the light on Middlefield use Byron in an attempt to sidestep the traffic light. They zoom through Byron. This is not a normal residential street, nor a normal mixed residential street. The church is an event venue 2 to 3 times a week. Music, dance, ethnic and religious events are held. Parking exceeds spaces in their lot, which then flows out onto Hamilton, Byron, and adjacent residential streets. The architects of 660 were not required to provide either a circular drive nor a loading dock to accommodate commercial vehicles. With the size of the community, there's going to be untold numbers of Amazon-type deliveries. The width of the driveway specified cannot accommodate these commercial vehicles and also allow for ingress and egress for residents. And what is the height of the garage plan? It has not been specified as far as I can see, and most likely too low for the commercial trucks. If there is more than one commercial vehicle, where will it park? If a truck driver decides to temporarily pull up on the drive, it is then blocking egress and ingress and stopping pedestrians that then will need to go around onto Byron Street with canes and walkers. Please keep in mind, this area is replete with the elderly. Challenge stands is for these large vehicles to park alongside Byron. Maybe 1 or 2 spots would fit along the Byron portion of 660. How will emergency vehicles access Byron efficiently? Every weekday lunch hour, the church provides senior meals. A stream of residents of Lytton Gardens cross University, challenging drivers to stop to avoid the pedestrians. There is no crosswalk provided. Transportation needs to look at the intersection of Byron and University. This whole area houses the elderly with 3 communities with a 2-block radius. There are pedestrians with walkers, wheelchairs, canes, and limited ambulatory capabilities. Oh yeah, I want you to look, there were some issues that were shown in the first EIR, the draft EIR. They're still showing up in the final EIR, and to my thinking, they have not been addressed properly. Can you all see that on your screens? Okay, the answers for this is that it's a normal I believe Hexagon says it's a normal street. As discussed in the draft EIR, Byron Street is a local residential street that carries light traffic volumes throughout the day. This is their response to this. Because the speed and volume of vehicular traffic would be low on Byron Street, it is anticipated that traffic accessing the project site would not result in safety or operational impacts. In addition, the transportation impact analysis prepared by Hexagon Transportation Consultants continues to say there is no safety issue, but, okay. Now, here's another issue that I feel is going to be a big problem, and that is during demolition and building. Where will the construction vehicles park now that there is very limited setbacks that might have accommodated temporary parking for construction vehicles? There is no room on Byron. Will they park on University or on Middlefield? Doesn't there need to be a plan up front for demolition and construction to accommodate all the large trucks? Okay. Developers cannot disregard public safety, including traffic concerns, and cannot invoke builder's remedy without providing some mitigation or modification to the project. In order to use builder's remedy, they must provide alternative solutions to secure the safety of the population surrounding the planned development. So I think they're using vehicles mild travel. That's mostly the answer in to these situations and the requirements. The project checks, it does through vehicle miles traveled check regulatory boxes. However, there has never been an adequate study analyzing the traffic volume and safety issues on Byron and University intersection, nor on Byron and Hamilton intersection, nor on Byron itself. This would include multiple days and times of observation. The study should be at least a week long, including weekends with church functions often take place. I'm asking the Transportation and Planning Commission to look at the safety situation with common sense rather than a broad descriptive overview of the streets and thoroughfares and traffic flow of Santa Clara County that Hexagon provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next.
If I may, through the chair, just a point to share with the audience. We do ask that there not be audible responses to public comment, positive or negative, because either way it can discourage others from feeling comfortable to share their thoughts, and that's important for this process. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Mr. DeVetter?
Yeah. Through the chair, our next speaker is Kinsey H., speaking on behalf of 5.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate the importance that Palo Alto places on these community comments, and I'm grateful for that. I have submitted through Emily to and directly to the Planning Department 2 written statements which are relevant to this, and one of them was sent today, so you haven't seen it yet. I'm going to say today we'll follow with that. The other addresses the question of the builder's remedy, and let me just mention one thing about that. I believe, and if you read what I've sent, you will agree that the 680 builder's remedy application is actually dead letter. And the reason for that is that when the application was filed, it has a 20% reduction from 110 to 88 units. However, the law does not allow a reduction of 20% or greater without resubmitting the preliminary application, and the effective date of the resubmitted application does not occur until the resubmission is finished. That means that the builder's remedy application disappeared when the actual application was filed, because the actual application is exactly a 20% reduction, which is greater than the allowed range. Emily pointed out a top limit of what was 131, I think. The bottom limit is 89. application they submitted was 88. Therefore, they had to resubmit the preliminary application. So that means no builder's remedy because the city's housing element was approved in the meantime. Turning to this, first on the oak tree, my personal experience is that there was this tree in the town of Los Altos near where I used to live before we moved over to the Hamilton, where there was an oak of similar dimension and size, and essentially the same thing happened. The root structure was trimmed way back. The tree was pruned asymmetrically, and it did fall. A big giant limb fell. Fortunately, it didn't land on a car or a person, or the car would be flat, or the person would be dead. So this is not a trivial matter, and it does happen. Now, in that case, those changes were all arborist approved. They got permits. There was nothing legally improper, but the consequence was, as Chris is concerned about. The other thing I want to mention here, and again, this is described in more detail in what I sent you this afternoon. This little strip of Byron is actually not even, in my mind, is not even a residential street. It's more like an alleyway or a long driveway because it's blocked at both ends. It's just one block long. So to analyze the traffic impacts solely with respect to ingress and egress from the garage is glib and inappropriate. I think that you have the legal obligation to take a look at the greater impact. Everybody who gets exits onto that 500 block of Byron has to go somewhere, and they're going to go to University or over to Hamilton. So you have to look at the effect of these additional units of cars, which in the abstract are not great in a number, but when you get added to the already existing heavily burdened streets, it's a different story. Also, you need to look at things like the synchronicity between the traffic lights. When you come out of Byron and want to turn to the right on University, often you have to wait for the stoplight at Webster to turn red. If at that point, the stoplight on Middlefield is red, it's filled up. That means the car who's on Byron will not be able to move, or it'll make a traffic maneuver, which is risky. If they want to turn left on Middlefield, they have the problems more exacerbated. Oddly enough, and then there's the problem of the narrowness of the street too. Oddly enough, the solutions that might fix that, like limiting parking or making it one way, actually exacerbate the problems because if it's made one way, all of the traffic will have to funnel out in one direction. And get all the traffic coming in will funnel in from the other direction. If you just remove some parking spaces and leave it two-way, you've now increased the parking deficiency problem, not decreased it. The difficulty here is I also support additional housing and affordable housing. Those are all excellent things and things the city needs. It's just this isn't the way to do it. This building that they propose is too big and it's in the wrong place and it's of the wrong type. By wrong type, these units are really tiny. If you look, I mean, the studios are like 400, 500 square feet. Even the two-bedroom and one-bedroom apartments are less than 1,000 square feet. People don't live in these places very long. This is a form of slightly extended transitory and temporary housing. That is what happens over at the MIA, which is a similar kind of project, just a few blocks away. The MIA shows things like very short cycle times between when a unit comes on the market and when it's taken off because it's been rented. It shows that this is all based on AI research, so you can decide how reliable you think that is. But the rental rates are about $7 a square foot compared to an average in the rest of Palo Alto for about $3 a square foot, 3 to 4. So this is not cheap housing, even at discounted rates for below market. This is not long-term residence. This is not the kind of housing that Palo Alto would like to encourage, in my opinion. Returning back to the traffic problems, if you think about someone coming down University from work and they want to go into Byron, they would have to make a left turn. There's a short little storage lane that will fill up. When that fills up and there's another car that wants to get in it, all of University traffic will be blocked. The absence of the place in front of the building to drop off people, pick people up, make deliveries and so forth, significantly exacerbates this problem. Similarly, you get the same kinds of problems on Hamilton. If you're going to go left on Middlefield and right on Hamilton and loop around to Byron, then you would have the risk that the left turn lane from University to Middlefield, which is already overtaxed, will be completely made difficult. To look at this building from a traffic point of view, only based on Byron, the 500 block of Byron, which is what the EIR and the two consultants have done, is really inadequate and, in my opinion, improper. I think you have no choice under the law except to expand your analysis to include the direct impacts on the major arterials like Hamilton and University, the indirect effects on Lytton, Forest. And cars are like water drops. They find some way to go downhill. Water starts here, goes there. Cars do the same thing. That's why you have all the complexities of left turns and so forth on Middlefield between University and Menlo Park. That's why you put in all these, roundabouts and one-way streets and stop signs in the residential neighborhoods in Palo Alto. This type of property will make all those kinds of problems come back again. So don't approve it. Very simple. And I don't think there's really any, okay, well, we don't want to have an entrance to the garage on the University or Middlefield for lots of reasons, which you know far better than I. If you make entrance on Byron, you just kick the can half a block down the street. You're either going to turn left to right into the garage or left to right into Byron. 1/2 block doesn't solve anything to push the garage around to Byron, except create lots of problems around Byron. I think that this whole project is ill-conceived and ill-advised. It doesn't provide the right kind of housing. It doesn't provide doesn't address adequately the parking problems. It creates all sorts of traffic concerns and complications, and really is not something you should approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol G, followed by Faith B.
Good evening, and thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the work that we all do. 3.5 years worth. I am Carol Gilbert. I am a resident on Byron. When the project at 660 is completed, it'll be foolish to believe that the number of parking spaces included will meet the demand. And given that the developers even engaged a transportation demand management company that offers a plan to reduce the parking demand by encouraging people who move into this building to simply not have cars, is a dream and unenforceable. Would you put up slide 1, please? Oh, it is up. Okay, great. This graphic shows something that was done in 2014. All the parked areas around the spot, the property that we're talking about, were physically counted in the Hamilton area. The situation has only grown worse since then. Clearly, if a spot is in red, you were never going to be able to park there. If it was in yellow, it would have some turnover, and it would take you far out of the lines to get to really open and available parking. Between 2014 and now, that situation has only been exacerbated. Could you put up slide 2, please? I physically walked all around the area and marked what was 2-hour parking and no-hour parking around where we live on Byron. Same thing is true. If it's red, there is no parking, and you can see the location of the building they want to put up. And then in green, where there's 2-hour parking. The only visible place for auto ingress, egress is on Byron Street. I'm sorry that we brought that up 3.5 years ago, because clearly Middlefield and University were not going to be wise choices. I don't even think that Byron is a really wise choice, but of the 3 possibilities, it kind of was the only place you could come and go from. The accommodation. Oh, am I almost finished? Okie dokie. I will just get to my.
Ms. Gilbert, I'll allow you another 30 seconds, but we do need to wrap up.
Thank you. We need a lane width that wide enough to pass other vehicles. We need parking restrictions that must prevent blocking by trucks. Emergency vehicles need to enter from both Hamilton and University. Planning transportation members, you have a duty to consider all of us within the reach of 660 University and recommend to the City Council that they must make changes to the configuration of Byron Street traffic, parking, and safety. Of course, adding parking to the proposed building would help tremendously.
Your time is up.
Byron changes will be made only by the City Council, but you can forward what you really think of your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert.
Our next speaker is Faith B, followed by Tim P.
That's Faith Burgell?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. 2 weeks ago, I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where I used to live. I met up with a former neighbor who became a lawyer and then a judge. We talked about the growth in Toronto, that it was not the same as when I used to live there. There are many more high-rises and a lot more traffic and congestion. It used to be one of the most beautiful cities in Canada, but it is not any longer. I thought of Palo Alto, and I fear that you are letting the same thing happen here. You're so focused on the growth and more housing, and I understand that a lot of it is state mandated. But please consider the quality of life of the neighborhood of 660 University Avenue is what I'm talking about. If you were going to approve it, please go back to the 4 stories, not 6 stories. And actually now I'm a little confused because I thought it went up to 6 stories because they said you wanted more setback. And I thought they said, okay, you can have setback, more setback, but we'll go up. So I'm a little confused about that. But definitely 6 stories is way larger than any other in that area, and it sets a precedent for other new developments. And definitely, please request more parking, as everyone before me said. We're relying on you to protect Palo Alto and our quality of life. Thank you. Do I have any more time?
Yeah, you have 1 more minute.
1 more minute. Balconies. I think it was the developer who said, everybody loves balconies, but the neighbors don't. I'll just leave it at that. It will affect the quality of our lives to have so many balconies and people on the balconies. And I agree with everything that was said about the parking, that there isn't enough parking. You're going to it's a large building. It is multi-use. You're going to have delivery trucks. And where are they going to park? In the middle of the street? If they do that, well, first, that's illegal, but also that's definitely going to affect the neighbors. Me, I'm across the street. I think that's
Your
it.
time is now up.
That's it. Thank you very much for all your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Miguel.
Yeah. And just a reminder for the public, there is a timer on the podium, so you'll see how much time you have. Our next speaker is Tim P., followed by Stephen L.
Hi, my name is Tim Persine. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I have been so for 10 plus years. And for the first time tonight, I support the development at 660 University. And I asked the Planning Commission to move this item onto the City Council for a vote. As we know, this project has been in review since 2021. Last year, I sent an email to the Planning Commission, don't know if you got it, to support 660 University. This year, I saw it come around again, and I decided to show up in person. So there are many reasons to support 660 University. One, its downtown location within walking distance to retail and services. It's near Caltrain transportation and adjacent to transit. And 20% of the homes will be affordable housing, which could help Palo Alto make progress on fair housing. As we know, Palo Alto has a bit of a reputation for being an exclusive community, and this development could help create opportunity. So in conclusion, I support this proposed development, and I ask the Planning Commission to vote to move this on to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persine.
Our next speaker is Stephen L., followed by Xenia H.
Good evening. I come tonight as a representative of the Palo Alto League of Women Voters who have sent you a letter. I'm here to summarize the high points of the letter. I'm a member of the League Board and co-chair of the League's Housing and Transportation Committee. The League asked that you send this project forward to the City Council. Please add your comments and suggestions, but it is time for a decision. The letter notes what many others have said. The number of units is up, the number of larger units is up. The 20% requirement is being met with some units for very low and moderate income residents. So this supports the League's policy of increasing the diversity of housing opportunities with an emphasis where we can on low and very low and moderate income residents. The project also supports the League's commitment to environmental protection. As Tim said, the downtown location is close to shopping and dining, services and jobs. Residents who go downtown for this project will be able, in many cases, to walk and bike. It's a huge positive for the environment. It also will mean that they don't have to take up the precious downtown parking spaces if they walk and they bike. The League letter notes the challenges that you and the council are working on to make it easier and faster to get 100% affordable projects, but it is difficult. It's increasingly difficult with the funding challenges. The downtown parking lot proposals are now in a lawsuit, and that could affect the financial feasibility. So getting units in these mixed-use projects is a very, very positive outcome toward our, by the way, the state gave the region a goal, but our council and this commission adopted the housing goal. It is our goal now to meet. Finally, please move it forward. The next ending comment is personal. I've been to many of these meetings over the 4 years. People have a right to speak, but we're hearing the same thing again and again and again. Please add your comments and get it to the council so they can, again, with everybody's comments, finally reach a decision, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levick.
Our next speaker is Senya H, followed by Ali S.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm Xenia Hammer. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I also have family members in nearby senior residences. So I'm all in favor of more housing, and this is a good location for a new apartment building. At the same time, there are serious concerns that have been brought up today, and I agree with many of those concerns. The setback requirements need to be met on University Avenue and Byron Avenue, on Byron Street, as well as Middlefield, yeah. This current proposal somehow increased space on the 6th floor, and that exacerbates concern about daylight planes. And so consider rolling back that extra space on the 6th floor close to Byron. That's a significant change from the last version you have considered. But what I really want to focus my comments on today is the need for a loading space in front of the main entrance on University Avenue. Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 18.52.040, Chapter D, clearly states, residential and mixed-use structures with 50 or more dwelling units shall provide at least one on-site short-term loading space for passenger vehicles to be used by taxi cabs and similar transportation and delivery services. This requirement makes sense anywhere. It's common sense. In this location, it is crucial. This location is a gateway for traffic in and out of downtown on University Avenue, and it is the block right before Middlefield. It is also an avenue for through traffic connecting 101 and Stanford, huge amount of traffic. So without the loading space in front of the main entrance on University Avenue, you're gonna have traffic backing up on University Avenue, slowing down traffic in and out of Palo Alto. People will not be able to use the right lane to turn right on Middlefield. There's a bus stop nearby. It is crucial to have that loading space in front of the main entrance.
This concludes your time.
Please insist on that change to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hammer.
Our next speaker is Ali S, followed by Zachary A on Zoom.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ali Saberman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. Our endorsement committee had the opportunity to review Smith Development's proposal at 660 University. We proudly endorsed the project. Palo Alto, in order to meet their state-mandated RHNA, has to build 6,086 units with 1,556 units for very low-income households and 896 for low-income households. Smith Development's proposal will help meet those requirements by bringing 70 much-needed new units to Palo Alto. We were impressed with the project's dedication to affordable housing, with 20% of the units for lower-tiered affordable housing, which is high, especially considering the current economic conditions. By prioritizing affordable housing and urban development, we can create more sustainable and inclusive communities for everyone. We also appreciate the reduction of parking, and we would support further reduction in parking in order to maximize housing. We are simply not in a parking crisis, we are in a housing crisis. In terms of land use, the project's site's central location with proximity to essential downtown amenities, including Caltrain Station, and the inclusion of ample bike parking facilities underscore a commitment to promoting environmental sustainability and reducing reliance on automobiles. The office space is critical in the funding for the project, namely the housing, and especially the affordable housing does not pencil with without the office component. In terms of overall design, we commend the steps Smith Development has taken to preserve the oak tree on site and even has incorporated it into the design. The project will be critical to support Palo Alto and the Bay Area's housing needs. Please move this project forward without any further delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haberman.
Our final speaker is Zachary A. Zachary, you may now speak.
Good evening, Transportation Board. My name is Zachary Engelmeyer. I am a former 4-year resident of Palo Alto. I'm here on behalf of Pathways for Kids, an organization based in San Francisco that helps underserved kids, but also helps build up communities. I'm also here because I'm working very hard at making it easier for projects like this to be maybe 1 year projects as far as getting approved as an endeavor of mine and some others, people that I work with. Now, I have watched this project for the last 3 years, commented a few times, and while I highly support anything related to housing in Palo Alto and just in general, you have to look at each building in the context of its community. And in the case of this building, it has been looked at in isolation. It's as if someone designed a building, picked a site, but didn't design a building for that site. And that is unfortunately what occurs across the United States quite often. I just came back from Vienna for work, and it is clear that in that part of the world, they do not think of things that way. And so you get really responsible development. And I bring this up because there are many wonderful sites in downtown Palo Alto that are underutilized or partially utilized that could spread the additional units that you have been adding to this site to help reduce some of the size. So that's just something to consider. But on another note, I want to bring up 2 things very briefly. One, everything that's been said about ingress and egress is very important, and everything that's been said around setbacks are very important. You need consistency, particularly at the gateway to a city. But I think that there's really 2 areas that are being overlooked. And as a circular economist, I know that you can make this building pencil out to 50% low-income housing. If you add sort of 2 elements. One, if you make the entire roof agricultural space, and being able to sell that as a revenue generator for the building. 2, actually increasing the office space and slightly, maybe by 20, 30,000 square feet, by 10,000 square feet, that will provide more revenue for the building. So you can actually increase the amount of that. And then 2, parking, it really isn't an issue as long as the parking garages in the area that have excess parking overnight, not saying they have necessarily during the day, but overnight, is permitted for people in this building as if it is their own garage. It's just 10 more seconds. So in conclusion, this building has the right concept, but the wrong execution, and it should not be moved forward until the execution meets the concept.
Thank you, Mr. Engelmeyer. Mr. Tavera, do we have any other speakers?
Through the chair, that concludes public comment. No more requests to speak.
Thank you. So, Mr. Smith or Mr. Korth, if you would like to respond to any of the comments you've heard, then we will turn it over to commissioners if they have any clarifying questions for you.
How much time do I have to respond?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. So I'll do my best. There's a lot that was covered there, but more than anything, I just wanted to take this time to appreciate all the comments that have been made in this project over the last 4 years, both in favor and against. I know that there's a lot of passion behind this project, both those in favor and against, and I appreciate all of you here helping us in this process and staff. So just to point out, and I know that Hamilton, has shown up for all these hearings and has consistently provided complaints with regards to the project. And we do feel like we've made a lot of changes and there's been a lot of iterations of this project to accommodate. We want to be good neighbors. So I just hope you guys acknowledge we are trying. We also want to acknowledge too, though, there's a lot of people who have consistently been in favor of this project, housing advocacy groups, residents, as well as League of Women's Voters and a lot of other groups as well. So let me just go to a couple of key points here. Let's first talk about the tree really quick. And I don't want to dive too much into this, other than the fact that, Chris Ream, I appreciate the fact, I like mathematics too, and I have done some calculations for various things on this project as well. The city arborist is in full support of our approach to the tree, has been all along the process. He's available for comment. Any questions you have or that the residents have in regards to that, city arborist is available and ready to answer questions. Full support of what we're doing in our approach, working with our arborists very closely. In terms of the transportation, just want to highlight that we have gone from 30% reduction in parking to 13% reduction in parking. Just want to clearly highlight that Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority defines the corner of University and Middlefield as a major transit corridor. It is, if you look at this slide right here, our area is barely outside the half-mile zone. In that zone, we would be required to do 0 parking. Interestingly enough, VTA deems our site actually as a major transit corridor, perhaps even no parking. Because we're right across the street from a major bus corridor. You can see here all the different bus lines that it serves. I recognize that cities have different interpretation, but if you just look at the VTA itself, they view us as a major transit corridor. Also coupled with the fact that the Palo Alto TDM program is designed to specifically reduce parking by up to 30% in certain locations. Because we're in a major transit corridor, I feel like it is in perfect line with Palo Alto's plan in the downtown to deem this site at least subject to a 20% reduction. We're only asking for a 13% reduction. Again, we have a very robust plan that actually accommodates up to a 30% reduction. We're very confident in that. Also, just one last thing, we also really like the tree. We are dedicated and want to save the tree. This is why we've had so much effort with our arborist and the city arborist to make sure this tree lives. So any other comments? We have lots of more things we could discuss.
Thank you very much. We have an opportunity for clarifying questions from the commission for the applicant. Do I have any requests? Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So just clarifying questions now. This is for the applicant. Last time you were before us, there was a fair amount of discussion about the possibility of an off-street loading spot. And if I'm remembering correctly, it may have related to the area where you're going to be holding the garbage and then bringing it out to the street. And so that was 7 months ago. And I'm wondering what you can tell us about your efforts to find a place for an Uber or an Amazon or whatever to pull off the street, off of Byron for a pickup or delivery.
Hi, I'm Amanda Borden with KSH Architects.
I'm going to share my screen real quick here. So you should be able to see the proposed plan. And what's shown here is the area of off-site trash staging. So we have a trash room that's on site here. Those trash bins are pulled off-site to this loading area that'll be signed for the trash pickup. So outside of those trash pickup areas, it would remain as street parking. In addition, beyond the 10-foot sidewalk, we have 13 feet setback to where that roll-up door ends. And so there's 23 feet there with space for pedestrians to still pass for a car to pull on site. The area within the trash is not tall enough for a trash vehicle or a larger loading vehicle. So the Palo Alto code requires a 15-foot height loading stall. As you can imagine, 15 foot of clear height is very difficult to accommodate on such a small site. But we think that we've provided enough space for those taller vehicles off-site with the limited hours, the trash, and that there's room for cars, passengers to pull up. And then that's also the move-in loading and unloading area that residents will have access to.
Oh, okay. I didn't entirely follow you. So I think what I'm seeing is that 10'3" dimension, that's off Byron, right? That's not on the street.
That is the public sidewalk.
Okay, that's the public sidewalk. So you're not going to pull a vehicle, an Uber's not going to pull onto the sidewalk to pick somebody up, right? That's not the plan.
No, there can be a curb cut there. We are limited with how close the curb cuts can be. There is currently the trash can be pulled to our driveway curb cut, or I believe it's hard to see on this plan if we still have our curb cut there, but the intent would be that we could have a curb cut there for somebody to pull on site into the 13-foot area.
Okay. Okay. And that 13-foot area, that has to do with the height issue. So like an Uber, no issue, but is that where the overhang would be? So a tall Amazon truck couldn't go there, but an Uber vehicle could.
The overhang is not all the way to the property line there, but not all of that 13-foot would be available to an Amazon truck.
Okay, understood. All right. And then the area on Byron, there's going to be a portion there that will need to be available on trash days. And so is that like a red curb zone that people can't park in?
Typically, it's handled with signage so that there are certain hours,
okay,
kind of like street sweeping.
Okay, so that would be off limits to parking and therefore available for somebody to swing in only during whatever those trash hours were. Okay, all right. That answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
I have Vice Chair Chang, followed by Commissioner G.
Hi. Since I've got the architect up here, maybe you can help me. So we went through the presentation very quickly when you were speaking about, or when Mr. Korth was speaking about moving the balconies around. Could you go through that again? And then the unit implications? I just wanted to slow down there because that's new to us and I don't think was in our packet unless, yeah, I think it was in our packet. Ms. Callis, could you verify that that's new to us?
Yes, in my presentation, I had also briefly touched on that there had been changes about the balconies. These were reviewed by the Architectural Review Board. And so for the purpose of my staff presentation, that was seen as more under their purview. But of course, please ask any clarifying questions.
Okay, before I ask them more questions, can I quickly ask you, so in terms of the unit counts and the affordability, is what we have in our plans the accurate count of what's on the table, or is this, I got a little confused there.
The applicant did show a slide in their presentation that talked about the affordability in a way that unfortunately I was also not following.
Okay, so this is where my questions are. So if you could just start with where the bit about the change in the balconies and the change in the units, and if you could just go through that a little bit more carefully, or slowly, I mean.
So the idea was to trim the tree 6 feet from the face of the building, just literally build the building. And the balconies, this is in the base scheme, that 70-unit scheme. Then the balconies would be installed at the end of construction, and they wouldn't even touch that tree because it had already been trimmed back 6 feet. If the ARB, a couple of the members asked that those 2 balconies that were there in the center of the site, kind of centered on the tree, could be deleted, even though they understood the whole thing with the tree trimming. So we thought our client would like to have private open space for every unit. And so in order to do that, we tried a version where we split 2 one-bedroom units over the center of that tree, and so that the balconies are shown. Amanda has that out now. You can see where the balconies would be outbound of the area where the ARB had questioned or had asked that those 2 balconies go away. So this splits them out. It changes the unit count from 70 to 66. And then the mix changed a little bit, but the exterior of the building, other than the balcony, there's no proposed change at all. It would be identical.
And what would it do to the, okay, so sorry, you had shown a chart about the mix change. Could you show that?
Yes. Now I'm doing this from memory because I can't see that far. But I think it went from 33 one-bedrooms in the 70-unit building to 39 one-bedrooms. And then the studio count, I think, is 28 in the 70-unit plan, and it's 19 in the 66 plan. And there were 9 two-bedrooms in the original version, and this would be 8 two-bedrooms. So that was just the result. If you make the units bigger, then you have to remove some units in order to do that.
Right, got it. Okay, thanks. That's very helpful. And then from an affordability standpoint, we would have to adjust the mix as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So you can see that on the right side of this chart here that talks about the BMR. So we go from a total of 14 to 13.
Too much data for me to absorb on the fly. Okay.
Yeah, that's why Ted memorized it.
Okay, so it'd go from 14 to 13 in the mix. We basically lose a studio. Got it. That I can, that I got. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. My other question for the architects or applicant while you're up there is, could you show the corner shots again? Sort of the corner elevation? Yeah, there we go. Okay. This is something in my lack of experience as a plan reader I missed. So in the last time this was here, the PTC had asked to consider bird safe glass up on the 6th floor. So I wanted to see if that is, like, what are those 2 corners on the 6th floor where a bird could theoretically see through the glass? What is that space right there?
It's a residential unit. There's a bedroom and a living room in that area.
Okay, and so the concern about, did you guys consider bird safe glass there at all?
The bird safe glass, we thought, again, this is us trying to think this through, but before, when there was the terrace on the other side of the building facing the Hamilton, the big terrace when it was an office place, that had landscaping on it, and birds would tend to fly towards vegetation. It's not an exact science, but because this is just, there isn't vegetation in the foreground of it, then the bird isn't going to be confused and hit foliage or try to land on foliage.
Okay, just so that, because this commission has heard a whole long item on bird safe glass, and what we had learned during that presentation was the issues with bird safety come up when there's lots of glazing that may be reflective or that a bird can see through and think that it can fly through. So that was my concern upon seeing the corners. And when I had looked at the plans, I didn't realize that because I was only looking at elevations that didn't show the corners. So is it feasible to do bird safe glass there?
That's up to these guys.
That's something we're happy to explore. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I just also was a little bit lost with the new data about the unit distribution. So on packet page 19, it says that the number of units is 70, but what I'm hearing is that the number of units is now 66. Is that correct?
Our thought was to show you the option. If this commission really wanted to eliminate any balcony in that tree area, then we're happy to go either way with this, to go 70 units and to keep the balconies in that tree canopy area, or if this commission would prefer to eliminate balconies in that location, our preference would be to go to 66 units and just shift those balconies out as was described. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then do you have the, like on packet page 19, there's a kind of a distribution of the different income levels? Like in the 66 design, how does that kind of play out here?
I'm gonna have to defer to Amanda on that one. That may be something we need to revisit and figure out exactly how we're going to distribute if we go that 66 route option, which we'll do it proportionally in a very similar to way what we did with the 70 units.
Sorry, I'll just respond real quick. Without going to exact detail, as you can see on this chart, we go from 14 affordable units to 13, and we go from basically the same number of one bedroom, same number of two bedrooms, they're just one less studio. So really, we're just talking about how to allocate that one studio.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Another question I have is that, so in our last discussion about the special setback on Middlefield, there was some discussion about how there are staircases and a bunch of other utilities that may be existing in the special setback as currently designed. Do you know if those are still there in this current version?
Yes, we still have the stair from the 6 floors above that is within that 24-foot setback.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping that the applicant would answer or respond to the comment from the public about whether or not you need to reapply based on these changes.
We have an attorney, Holland and Knight, that represents us in that process. And from what they've told us, we have complied with exactly the process that's needed to comply with the builder's remedy application. And we have a tolling agreement in with the city that has that on hold until this process unfolds.
Okay, but I was wondering, did you already talk about that with the city? I mean,
Yeah,
what your attorney is going to say is going to be what you want, but I want to know what your conversation with the city has been.
Our attorney is one that communicates with the city on this, and they're the ones that submit the revised application, the revised builder's remedy. You're probably familiar with Holland and Knight. They do a lot of the work here in Palo Alto with builder's remedy projects. I'm pretty sure they're very, very competent and aware of what needs to happen.
I'm sure. I'm not interested in talking about them. I want to know what is going on between you and the city. So you have
As far as what I've been told, the city agrees that our application, builder's remedy revision, was applied appropriately and is in good standing.
So you don't feel that that's why you didn't respond to it, because that's not an issue that has been brought to you before?
Never heard of it. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. I'll save the rest of my questions for staff. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Are there any further clarifying questions for the applicant? All right, it's time then to begin general discussion. I do want to put a little bit of a framework around this. I know we have a few comments on the comp plan amendment. And I don't want those to get lost in what will be the much larger discussion about the PC. So I'd like our first round of discussion comments to focus on the comp plan amendment and, if necessary, the EIR. And I suspect we can wrap those up fairly quickly and then move on to the more substantive matters. So, Commissioner Templeton.
Oh, you can pass me for later.
I have a request for a break. All right, yeah, I think this is a reasonable request. Before we get into the major discussion, let's go ahead and have a break. So it is currently 7:51. Let's return it at 8 o'clock. Folks, it's time to resume. So if you would take your seats, please. All right, welcome back, everyone. During the break, I have been informed that we need another round of clarifying questions of staff before we begin consideration. So I will now open it up to another round of clarifying questions for staff, beginning with Commissioner Templeton, followed by Commissioner Ackman.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to everybody who came here to share their perspective tonight. I know we're all very passionate about a lot of things around here. Housing and trees are some of the top. So it's very exciting to be able to engage the public on issues like this. My first question to ask of staff is really, I want to know a little bit more about the tree and the history of the tree. And so I was wondering if we could bring the arborist on to answer some questions about that.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for joining us, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. As you know, it is something that we really appreciate your expertise on, especially in issues like this where we have a conflict or a seeming conflict between housing and our beloved trees. So my question is, can you tell me about the history of this tree? How old is it? And do we have any, for example, historical pictures of the site from before development? I'm thinking like, I've seen some pictures of Palo Alto in the 1890s, and we can see some of these kinds of trees are present. Is it one of those kind of trees?
No, I do not believe so. Based on aerial imagery that's available in Google Earth, the tree does not appear to predate development.
Can
I
you
can
show
share
us
my.
that? Yeah, that'd be
Yes, I can.
fantastic. I'd really like to see that, and I'd also like to see what trees were present on the site adjacent the Hamilton before it was developed.
So what I did was I cut and some images from Google Earth. And so here's the most recent image from March of this year. And I measured a canopy estimate of just under 90 feet, which fits with the arborist measurements from the arborist reports. And as you can see, the tree is located here, basically virtually on the property line between the two parcels. The earliest aerial photos available in Google Earth are from 1948. And as you can see, the tree is barely there. If you look, there's some larger trees off to the left and right, and there's one actually just below this image that I didn't get in the screen snip. But the generous estimate would be about 30 feet for canopy width, which would put the tree in 1948 probably at about 20 to 30 years old, maybe a little bit more. So I would say the tree is at most about 100 years old at this point. Compare that to the tree we recently lost at Rinconada Park, where the canopy width in the 1948 image is the exact same as what was measured recently. So that tree was several hundred years old.
Wow.
You know, dramatically different. That tree predated development, whereas I believe this tree did not.
This is really informative. While you have that picture up, can you show us the adjacent site in the historical photo?
Let me see if I can get it over here. So there's a larger tree here. I don't know if, did it switch to the Google Earth view for you guys?
Yes, we have the historical picture. Yep.
So if you look down here below the, right here along Byron, there was a very large oak there. Whereas you can see where the Cardinal Dental label is, there's really not much. That's the canopy width from the current tree. And then if we zoom out a little bit, we can see that there's some open space here across Middlefield and some additional trees further that direction.
That's
Just
really
to give
helpful.
you kind of yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. I have Commissioner Heckman, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. So staying with Mr. Gollinger, the proposed plan, the version that's in our packet, not the new October version that was introduced to us tonight, but shows on the tree side that the tree would need to be cut back 6 feet, I think it's 6 feet from the face of the building to allow the face of the building to be built. Is that your understanding?
Correct. That is my understanding, that it would need to be at least the width of scaffolding to erect the building. And based on discussions with the developer at the previous meetings, the balconies could be installed in that same envelope. So there would be no additional tree pruning required to install the balconies. There would be a minimal ongoing maintenance with the presence of the balconies there, but tree canopies are not a solid wall. They're constructed of areas of limbs and small branches and foliage and voids. And so I find it unlikely that these would dramatically impact the tree beyond what was going to need to be pruned for the construction.
Okay, and focusing on that for a minute, what would need to be pruned for the construction, do you have concerns that that pruning, which again, my understanding is it needs to be pruned back far enough for the scaffolding, and I think I heard the figure 6 feet. Do you have concerns that that amount of initial trimming for the construction will present a hazard that risks the longevity of the tree?
So due to the unique structure of this tree, the majority of the pruning that's going to be required to facilitate the project is the removal of one large lower scaffold limb that happens to provide most of the foliage near the proposed building location. Because it's not pruning an entire side of the tree back a certain amount, it's going to be selective pruning. I think the impact is going to be relatively minimal on the overall foliage or stability of the tree, because we're not cutting everything back to a predetermined line that it is going to need to be clear, but it's going to be selective pruning to achieve that.
Okay, and then after construction, if the balconies are installed in that open area, the branches will be initially at the edge, and over time, they may extend over the balcony, and that I think is what you were referring to as would need some ongoing maintenance trimming, correct?
Yes, as would the tree in relationship to the face of the building.
Okay.
So there's still going to be ongoing maintenance whether the balconies are there or not.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions for you. Thank you. I have one more question for Mr. Yang. Good evening, Mr. Yang. So in our staff report, as in our last staff report, it states that the application that we're considering is an alternative to a pending builder's remedy application, which is on hold. In our current staff report, it refers to a tolling agreement that lasts until, I think, the end of the year. We heard during public comment tonight a remark that the builder's remedy application may in fact no longer be legally valid for reasons that I didn't entirely understand. But I wanted to ask if it is the opinion of our city attorney's office that that there is a defect in that builder's remedy application that the city attorney's office is aware of.
Yeah, so the public commenter did identify a potential issue that staff had not previously identified in terms of the kind of the difference between the pre-application and the formal application that was filed for this for the builder's remedy project on this site. But because of the tolling agreement that we have, the applicant actually still has the opportunity to correct that defect. So I would not say that, I would say that the builder's remedy application still has the potential to, proceed if in the event that this PHC is not what the applicant wants to go forward with.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I have Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner G.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman, for asking most of the questions I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask Mr. Gollinger one more question. So if we could have you pop back on. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Gollinger. So when this was last here at the PTC, there's a question about the asphalt currently covering the base of the tree. And in our staff report, the staff report captured the information about the tree as follows. It said, Urban Forestry Manager Peter Gollinger stated that it is important for the asphalt to remain during construction, but could ideally be removed once the project construction is completed. And I also kind of vaguely remember you saying that it's probably better for the asphalt to be gone after the project is done. The applicant stated that both their arborist as well as you agree that it's okay for the asphalt to stay. And so I wanted to ask you, or that it's preferable for the asphalt to stay for the safety of the tree. So I wanted to ask you, which is better?
So it's a combination of both. So for sure, during the construction, the existing asphalt should stay in place to protect the roots that are there. What has changed since the last time we were with PTC, I believe, has been the design of the outdoor area there with the patio. I can't remember the exact amenities there, but it would have less impact on the tree if those amenities are placed on top of the existing asphalt, and then the asphalt is removed around that area. The applicant could probably better answer that, but during the ARB, that was, I believe, when that was presented, and I had a discussion with the project arborist, and we agreed that at least underneath those amenities, it would make sense to preserve the asphalt to avoid additional disturbance of the root zone.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner G.
Sounds like a lot of us have the same questions. So, but the one additional question I have is, Ms. Callis, do you have the NFIP document now available?
Yes, so the staff report did not specify a number because there are 11 of these bulletins, and ultimately the project does need to be compliant with all of them. However, technical bulletin 6 is the one that refers to below grade parking being allowed below mixed use buildings.
I'm just going to pull it up, but that's all of my questions for now, so we can go asynchronously.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Do I have any other requests for clarifying questions of staff? All right, then. I believe we can proceed to discussion. And as I mentioned earlier, since we have these 3 items to deal with as part of this project, the EIR, the comp plan amendment, and then the PC itself, I expect the bulk of the discussion will occur when we're discussing the PC. So I'd like to see if we can clear out the comp plan amendment and EIR relatively easily. And I know we have a few questions or comments about the comp plan amendment. So if we can make this next round focused on those 2 things, we'll knock them out quickly and move on. Vice Chair Chang.
So I know Commissioner Templeton will have to leave, and I understand your desire to kind of knock out the low hanging fruit, or maybe the easiest discussion first, but I'm also worried, like I don't want to lose her thoughts for the for the remainder. So I just thought maybe if we could have her go first to talk about things, that might enable us to at least benefit from her thoughts.
Commissioner Templeton, are you prepared to give us a brain dump of the things that are of concern to you?
I don't know if it's a brain dump, but I also know what kinds of things you guys will be asking that I don't have to dig into because I know you're passionate about. But there are a few things I wanted to share, and I don't have to leave until 9:05. So if we think we can get through this comp plan stuff soon, and then we can get to that discussion, I'm happy to be patient. But if it'd be okay with you, I would love a chance to speak before I leave on my general comments. Would that be okay?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't anticipate any controversy about the comp plan amendment or the EIR, just some observations that I have already been informed people would like to make.
Okay, well, let's just go with that. And then I really appreciate Vice Chair Chang's consideration. And I will jump in when we get through or right before I leave. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Chang, you have a comment on the comp plan amendment or the EIR?
Not on the EIR, but yes, on the comp plan. So I was interested in, let's see if I can find the language that I pulled up for the comp plan. Now I've lost it. But I was interested in specifying that the office with the commercial space that is allowed to be redeveloped or kept in a multifamily zone be designated for neighborhood serving uses. So my thought is that even though the situation is pretty limited based on staff analysis, if we are keeping commercial space, what we know is that in the areas where this commercial space is it's mostly around Cal Ave and universities, so community serving commercial would be quite appropriate, I think. And, we do have this job housing imbalance. And so the idea of just preserving any amount of office when it should be housing instead, I just would really like it to be neighborhood serving ideally. So I was hoping that we could add that.
Commissioner G. And followed by Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. I think that Vice Chair Chang makes a great point. A lot of the discussion so far also has talked about this site in particular as being pretty close to downtown amenities. And with lots of foot traffic, I think that having some kind of neighborhood serving usage for the office space or the commercial space is useful. And I also want to call out that Municipal Code Section 18.16.030F actually has a definition for neighborhood serving uses. And so I'd like to maybe insert that into the language for the comp plan amendment. So it would read something like, as a part of the planned community zone or in accordance with retail preservation requirements, existing commercial footage may be maintained existing commercial footage may be maintained, rebuilt as neighborhood serving spaces as a part of a housing development project or something similar to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Ms. Callis, can you remind me, it was in one of your earlier slides, this comp plan amendment is potentially applicable to how many properties?
I identified approximately 35 in a survey starting with, the list of properties and then looking at Google Maps and that sort of thing.
Thank you. So I'm supportive of moving the comp plan amendment forward if we decide to move the project forward. Even though we're talking about them separately, I really think that they're connected. If for some reason we weren't willing to move the project forward, we can defer conversation on this. But as a part of that package, I am supportive of it. I will note that in the so this amendment will apply to roughly 35 properties, give or take. And this is a comment I made back in March. The findings for the various policies, many of them focus on this particular circumstance. And all of those, which is policy L11, L1.4, L1.6, L2.2, and L2.6, so nearly all of them need to be made generic, because this is a finding. We're not finding that we're going to do a comp plan for this property. We're finding that we're going to do it for the whole city. And so the findings have to be applicable to the whole city or the subset of the whole city that was identified by Ms. Callis. So that I think is important. In terms of the potential modification that's been suggested by the vice chair and supported by Commissioner G, I'm hesitant to apply in this instance a one size fits all to perhaps 35 projects, because I don't know where they're all located, and I don't know if every single one of those will what they're giving up and what they would be potentially converting to neighborhood serving as defined in our zoning code. And so I think a more appropriate way to address that is going to be on a case-by-case basis. In this instance, we've got a project in front of us, and if we want their 1,984 square feet to have a particular limited use, then I think we should make that a condition of approval. And I did notice, incidentally, in the finding for policy L-1.6, we actually use the term the needs of the community for maintaining existing medical office. And again, I didn't know if that was site specific here, but if we didn't change that, then it would be medical office in all 35 spots, which I didn't think is appropriate. And I'm not adverse to talking about a limiting of that office use on this site, but that's why I don't want to do it for the other 34, because I don't know what's involved. Oh, and on the EIR, the EIR had come to us in March. There have been changes in the project, and staff's determination that from a CEQA standpoint, the changes, the reduction of office, the addition of additional units were really a de minimis environmental impact, and I think that is supported in the record. So I really find that it's appropriate to recommend the EIR to the City Council.
Before I select Vice Chair Chang, does staff have any comment on Commissioner Heckman's suggested rewrites for the findings?
No, it is clear that it should be more broad and not specific to this project. That makes sense.
Okay. Vice Chair Chang.
So thank you, Commissioner Heckman, for that point of view about a way to address in the specific location. I just did want to say that my thought about a broader comp plan, the broader language to apply to the citywide, is because of the analysis shown on the top of packet page 17, where it's talking about 35 properties, where the majority of them have medical office use, and the majority of them are located around downtown. But that some are also located around Cal Ave. And so that was my logic for it, but I'm also fine addressing, the specific situation as you proposed as well. I'm just leery always of comp plan amendments because they do have that broad and far-ranging effect. And if we're saying that we want to preserve, that we're going to allow office to be preserved, I know that based on prior discussions here in the commission, what we're really wanting in terms of that commercial space in general is more neighborhood serving. So just food for thought there.
Further question for Commissioner Heckman. I'm curious as to why you suggest that this should strictly proceed as a package. We did talk about this some the last time this project came before us, and there was concern that, strictly speaking, some of the decisions to be made about this project required that the decision about the comp plan be made first. So what was your rationale for preferring that they go forward as a package?
Well, I suppose what I prefer is they leave here as a package. But if we want to, I mean, my point was, if it becomes clear that it's the will of this commission that we're not going to recommend this proposal in any form, we're going to recommend that it be denied. Then in that scenario, I don't know that we need to forward a recommendation on the comp plan. So maybe what we could do, but I think we'll have a sense of, first of all, I don't believe that's going to be the direction, but the discussion will tell. And so maybe if we can have the preliminary, I'm okay. I'm wondering, can we vote on them sequentially at the end, or right after we've discussed all three? Can we first vote on the EIR recommendation, then the comp plan recommendation, and then the project, right?
I think we can. We have the freedom to choose that. I was interested in getting the discussion of the comp plan and the EIR out of the way first, because I really expect us to concentrate on the PC.
Yeah.
And I didn't want things to get lost in that larger discussion. But I think I'm hearing we have a sense of where we would like to go with the comp plan and the EIR. I will add my single comment on this, which is I did go through the EIR updates in some detail, and they are interesting. There are some interesting changes, particularly for transportation. But again, I see no reason to object to the conclusions that have already been reached with respect to the EIR. All right, so given that I think we have a sense within our own minds, at least, of where we're going with those two, let's proceed to the PC itself, where I think most of the interesting discussion will happen. And Commissioner Templeton, would you please go first?
Thank you. This is such an interesting project. Yes, we've discussed it before, but I've been really engaged by how organized the different constituencies have been. And of course, the applicant, we're getting a lot of very helpful engagement. And so I've been trying to wrestle with, as I mentioned before, this tension between the tree and the building of the homes, and the experience that those that are living nearby are predicting or worried about. And one of the things that really struck me, and this is why I asked the question before, is I'm just trying to understand if, this project, we have expressed explicitly how much we want to protect this tree, right? This is something we have talked about as a body, that the applicant has made adjustments. They understand the seriousness of this and our hope for it. And we've heard from public comment that, this tree shall not be touched, and we really need to consider that any of the changes to the tree would affect the health of the tree. And so that's what got me to thinking about, what is the history of the tree? How important is this tree? How old is this tree? How fragile is this tree, right? Are we actually in danger of killing the tree if we make any of these modifications, including the root base, the trimming for the scaffolding and things like that? So what I heard from the arborist is that these plans really do not concern him about the health of the tree. And I'm wondering, and this may be a question for staff, is what is what is going to happen if the tree is damaged?
Yes, one of the conditions of approval, and this has been in place, it was already in the draft in March, is to have a bond on the tree. So if anything were to happen that goes outside of what is anticipated, then that fee, I don't have the amount
That's
up in
okay.
front of
I
me,
remember
but
us talking about it, and it's worth bringing up again. So thank you for that. So with that kind of insurance, so to speak, in place, I'm thinking about the engagement of people who are so against the touching of the tree that they'd want to kill a project like this. And it is something I'm really struggling with, because what we saw was many trees were cleared in order to make the project that is the current home of all these fine people. And so for me, I struggle with that, because I'm happy that they live here, right? I'm happy that they have a home to live in, and I want people to be able to live across the street. So then my thought process here is, well, can we not touch the tree, right? And we've talked to the builder, and currently with our height restrictions and other cost things to pencil out, that's not on the table, right? And so then I look at it, to what extent is that our fault as a city? Because we're trading off the height for the tree, but now as a result, we're affecting the tree because of our height situation. So I don't know that we can resolve it. I did want to walk through that thought process together, because I know we are all working and wrestling with all of these parameters that we have to deal with. But from my perspective, I'm very satisfied with the changes that were brought here from the applicant, and that the community has been engaged and has had a chance to speak up. And I really hope that we can come to an agreement on how to move this project forward. So I do want to hear everybody else's thoughts as well. But generally, I feel the tree protection is there. We have affordable housing on deck. We have potentially some community amenities on deck. And with the suggestion of the bird safe glass, I think this could be a really good project. The biggest thing, probably that's something that Chair will get into, but the biggest thing is how to make sure that traffic on that street really works, because I think that was the major issue that was brought up by the public. But I also feel like that's one we can work through. So I'm hopeful that we can come together on this. So thank you for listening to my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. I have Commissioner Heckman and then Vice Chair Chang.
I think that's a ghost light.
Okay, Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, thank you to all the members of the community for coming out and for your extensive research. I can tell that a lot of effort went into it, and I appreciate it. So I found the concerns that the community, that the neighbors voiced compelling with respect to the traffic and the circulation and the type of housing. One public speaker mentioned that this project offers. With respect to the tree, I think that last time, I'm not a tree expert, so if our city arborist is comfortable with it, then I go with what the city arborist says. And I think that he explained his logic and reasoning, and it made sense to me. So for this project, it is very large, and its traffic impacts could potentially be very severe given its location. On the one hand, it's a great location because it's near downtown, and we want denser housing near downtown. But then the sticking point for me, aside from the tree, remains the setbacks, because even though we may not have a bike lane or an extra lane of traffic all the way along Middlefield, that is that intersection specifically is a very busy intersection. There's a potential SB 330 development down in Menlo Park. If that happens, and some version of it likely will, the traffic on Middlefield is going to be even more congested. And so I could see that, I mean, it's kind of, the applicant actually showed an image and showed that, you know, if you really extend much past University in Middlefield, there are a lot of buildings there that extend into the 24-foot setback. However, that block itself on that side of the block is clear right now. And I can imagine that our city may want a host of things, such as pedestrian islands for Senior Corner to make it safer for pedestrians there, especially as we move towards a world where we're hoping that a lot of people aren't coming with cars. Now, how realistic or not that will be, that's a debate. But if that's what we want, then we need to be planning for a world in which that intersection is safe. And so it's kind of University and then either street to the north and south of University. Those are the intersections that are particularly important for us to protect. And if you look at that picture that the applicant provided, it's actually pretty darn good there if we wanted to do kind of small things like left turn lanes for congestion or pedestrian islands. And so that setback is very important to me. And so my decision really hinges, and the only reason that we're considering encroaching into, or the only reason that I am really looking at this project and possibly going to recommend to city account, like recommend approval by city council, is because of the SB 330 application. So because other than that, if that SB 330 application didn't exist, according to our own code, this PC would violate all sorts of things in the special consideration section, which is 18.38.150. And so I find myself in this unusual situation where I can't make finding number 3 for kind of technical reasons. So finding number 3, packet page 35. And I had checked with Mr. Yang beforehand about why our findings are in the record of land use action and not in the PC ordinance. And he said that, oh, they should probably be in both places. And that's something that staff could do for between now and council if we do indeed recommend this project for approval. But for finding number 3, it says the use or uses permitted in the site development regulations applicable within the district shall be consistent with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan and shall be compatible with existing and potential uses on adjoining sites or within the general vicinity. And it's not just the comp plan, it needs to be consistent with our code. And I don't think that this project is consistent with 18.38.150 for any number of reasons, including that this was zoned RM20 and it's zoned RM20 next door. And as a result, certain daylight planes apply. And we know that those daylight planes are being violated. And staff has done a really good analysis of the issues with respect to 18.38.150 on packet page 54. So I kind of can't make finding number 3. Similarly, on a technical basis, the comp plan this is not consistent with the comp plan because, and we had a little bit of a discussion of this last time this was here, the comp plan amendment should have been done first. Now, of course, city council can do whatever they want to. So that's why staff has brought us a comp plan amendment at the same time. But I literally cannot make finding number 3 because the comp plan has not been fixed or to allow this project. That said, there's this overarching issue of SB 330. And so then on balance, approving this project would be consistent with the comp plan because the alternative project, assuming that this SB 330 application is still valid, would be way worse in terms of being consistent with the comp plan. So those are sort of my broad thoughts. There are a bunch of small things that I would like to add, such as board safe gloss for those 2 units on the 6th floor, removing the asphalt surrounding the improvements, the patio improvements under the tree. I thought that the applicant's proposal to address the feedback from the ARB regarding the balconies was a good one. I like that alternative better for a host of reasons. One, the impact on the tree, but also the change in the unit mix, I think creates units that are, like, it creates fewer studios and more 1-bedrooms, and that is better in terms of housing that is less transitional and likely longer term housing for residents of our city. So I liked that option that the applicant brought, and thank you very much for bringing it. So those are my thoughts right now.
All right, seeing no other requests to speak at the moment, I'm going to jump in because some of what I wanted to say in this round dovetails with what Vice Chair Chang has just said. I will be interested in proposing some conditions of approval on the next round, but these are just more general comments. Yeah, I too observed that this project violates the special requirements for PCs, and that makes finding number 3 very difficult to justify. And I think that's not only on the basis of concern about the comp plan amendment, but also compatibility with nearby sites. And the development standards that determine that compatibility are specifically called out in the finding. And those are specifically the standards that are violated, that are specified in 1838.150 that are violated. So I have a hard time with this. My inclination is to forward the project to council. However, I find myself in this kind of untenable position of wanting to recommend a project that the plain language of the code says I can't. And my general comment about this for staff is it would be really nice if we could make the code self-consistent in this respect. And we don't have that at the moment, as we've discussed in the past. Another approach that might be worth considering that could be accomplished more easily would be to borrow the concept of a statement of overriding considerations from CEQA. So if we had an option, if we had the option of saying, despite its benefits, this project also has negative impacts that can't be mitigated, but I find that the project has enough benefit to justify it moving forward despite that incompatibility. So that's the mechanism I'd like to have that I can't seem to find that would make it easier to move things forward. So please take that as a recommendation for something to consider in the medium term. All right, and once again, I will have some COAs to propose in the next round, but in the meantime, I would like to hear Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So really, my starting point in this analysis is something some of the other commissioners have mentioned, and that is based on the information we have, we are not looking at this project in a vacuum. We are looking at it in contrast to a builder's remedy application, which as our city attorney just explained, if it is the view of our city legal staff that the pending application is legal, or if for some reason it's technically not, it is correctable within the framework of the tolling agreement. And so I think for our purposes tonight, and certainly my views are colored by that. And So I am comparing the project proposed tonight with what I view as the alternative. And that alternative, instead of somewhere between 66 and 70 units, is 88 units to apparently 131 units, according to one of the slides we saw. And I suspect that has to do with issues like density bonus that can grow a project. Instead of something like 66,000 square feet, it could be up to 101,000 square feet. And so I appreciate, as at the prior hearings, the neighborhood showing up in force and forcefully expressing their concerns. But they are, part of those concerns are their quality of life. And my view is that it would not have surprised me after we heard this in March for the developer to say, you know, it's already been over 3 years, that's enough. Let's just turn our attention to the builder's remedy. To their credit, they made refinements and I think improvements. And I'm appreciative of that. But I suspect their patience has some end. And I don't want to be a part of the process that causes them to pivot to that builder's remedy project, which all of you neighbors will feel inflicted upon with greater heights, smaller setbacks, more traffic. And so I'm looking at this project in that lens and on the merits. I want to note that in our housing element process, our city council has recognized that this property is a housing opportunity site for 65 units. And so the contemplation of the city is that that is the desirable level of density for this site. And with the current proposal at 70, I think we're there. I appreciate that since March, we've reduced the office space in this building by, I think, 80%, 70%, from 9,000 down to 2,000. And that has allowed an increase of the units from 63 to 70 and an increase in the size of those units. And that's a benefit. On the tree, I find that based on the views of our arborist, it's adequately protected, and my preference is of the alternatives, if you will, the 70-unit version with the balconies, because we need more units. We need more units of every size. And while it's true that if we took the new October version and reduced down to 66, those units would be somewhat larger. There will be other larger units. Remember, we have something like 1,500 affordable units to build in this RHNA cycle. And so I'm interested in opportunities to get that number reduced by filling some of those blanks sooner. I'd rather take that's 4 more units for people to live in sooner. And so that's where I come down on the 70 versus 66 plan. The loading space, I appreciate the additional thought that the applicant has undertaken and had an answer for that tonight. I'm not positive it'll work, but it could ameliorate some of this issue. And so I think we have to figure it out and go forward with that one. Let's see. Oh, on the tree, I am curious whether our arborist is now suggesting, rather than remove all the asphalt, only remove the part that's around the outside of, I think it's a deck that's going there. I don't even know how much asphalt that is. I'm okay, and I probably should have asked the applicant earlier. if that presented any problems. I'm okay with making that a condition of approval, and if the applicant has an issue with it, they can raise that with the city council and say, here's why that doesn't work. I'm supportive of the staff solution for the treatment of the part of the garage that's in the special setback, that there be an easement to secure those rights long-term. I do think that if we do that somewhere in the conditions of approval, which should state a number of parking spaces, if ever that easement becomes utilized, there will be, and it's not clear to me, the applicant letter said 3 spaces left. I thought I saw somewhere in staff report 5. Whatever it is, it should be clarified that if the city activates the easement, then the parking requirement is reduced, but from 78 to whatever the number is, so that we don't get into a fight years down the road about, no, now you're underparked. The bird safe glass concept, I guess the issue is coming up because it's a corner. And so a bird would kind of fly in sideways, which I think is better than head on. But I don't have any incidents on how birds survive hitting a window at 45 degrees versus dead on. So I'd be supportive of a condition of approval dealing with that for the 6th floor residential. And then, I noticed there in the record of land use approval, there are a few changes that need to be made. There are potentially 3 references to 66 units that might become 70 in our recommendation. And in finding 3, there's the language, maintain the proposed to remain medical office use. I haven't heard that, and again, that this may be a discussion that we're going to have about whether that 2,000 square feet should be limited to that. So that may or may not need to change. Incidentally, on finding 3, like the other findings, I think the findings can be made. I think I interpret it a little differently than the chair and the vice chair, because I think what finding 3 is in the planning purview, it's really focused on the use and not the design. Those design aspects are really in the ARB findings, section 4, which are not in our purview. So because we don't interpret findings to be repetitive of each other, we have to see why we would have different findings. And so that's how I break it down. So I'm comfortable making all the findings 1, 2, and 3. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Yeah, I think the source of disagreement between us on finding number 3 is that I see not just the land uses, but also the phrase and the site development regulations applicable within the district. So I see there are 2 conditions to be met there. Vice Chair Chang.
So I don't want to jump the gun or cut off discussion, but I can see that there are no other lights here. So I was ready to make a motion. And then again, as usual, hopefully the rest of the commission will help.
Would you like COAs before making the motion or after?
Well, I had COAs in mind also regarding the parking, but I think that's right. You had said that you wanted to throw some COAs in as well. So please go ahead.
Before I do that, I think Commissioner G was in ahead of me.
Thank you, Chair. I am also in agreement with some of my fellow commissioners about finding 3. I find that those on the commission know that I am very intimately aware with section 1838-150, the PC amendment, and I won't kind of comment on any of the specifics. I think the public comment has done a great job, and I really appreciate all the public comment that has come forward, highlighting all of the exceptions that we've had to make on packet page 53 like setbacks, density, the loading space, et cetera. So I kind of won't comment specifically on that. I also happen to have a transportation planning background, and I also am really concerned with the transportation havoc that is going to occur here. My grandparents live at Lytton Gardens, and so I'm pretty familiar with the space here. I may or may not have been one of those people who has parked on Byron because it is very convenient as of right now. So I apologize for that in advance. And I do think that kind of on packet page 61 with the PTC motion responses, that the applicant saying that the parking permits are for the cost, it's unable and not financially feasible for this project. I think that my guess is that Chair Aiken will probably have some creative commentary in his conditions of approval, which I'll defer to at the next statement. But I just kind of want to reiterate the comments from my fellow commissioners that finding 3 is kind of something I struggle with. And I know that also the ARB findings are technically out of scope for the PTC, but I'll just kind of comment on them as a general matter. So for example, ARB finding 4 on packet page 37 says that the design is functional and allows ease and safety of pedestrian, bike traffic, and providing elements to support the building's necessary operations, convenient access to property utilities, etc. Anyone who has been on Byron can probably say that the new design is not really that compatible. The amount of traffic that's going to come in here, especially with the senior corner that we previously mentioned, and also that the ARB finding 2 that says that the project enhances living conditions on the site and adjacent uses. I think we've kind of heard loud and clear that the adjacent use, the living condition is not being improved by this project, but those are out of scope, and I know those don't impact our decision making here, but just want to call those out.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Any other comments? If not, I will dive into some transportation COAs. All right. As staff suggested, and I think Commissioner Heckman agreed, we should establish an easement on the Middlefield side to protect potential use for what was once regarded as the special setback, now seems somewhat conditional. And we need to do that and provide enough depth below grade so that we can relocate signal poles if we need to. My recollection is that Senior Engineer Rias's estimate was around 16 feet the last time this came up for discussion, but the applicant's architect has designed for a depth of 20 feet, and that's certainly a reasonable choice. So I would propose my COA number 1, establish an easement covering the area reserved for the Middlefield special setback to a depth of 20 feet below grade. Now, this is larger than the 400 square foot area that's identified on the plans today, and I don't anticipate needing to go below grade for that entire area, but I can quite easily anticipate needing at grade for that entire area. So we need to figure out how we would like to express that sort of constraint. So what I propose is the easy one, just make it all 20 feet deep, with the likelihood that we would use that being all of it being very low. The other 2 conditions that I'd like to propose are related to spillover parking. So I think there is really good reason to worry about spillover from this project. The on-site parking has been reduced. State law requires us to allow the residents of the project to park on the street. We can't restrict that in any way. And the financial incentives strongly encourage parking on the street, because you're talking about, for a resident, $1,800 a year versus $56 a year. It's clear that a significant number of people are going to go for 56. And perhaps the final straw is that There are no specific spillover measurement or enforcement provisions in the TDM plan. There are only a few casual mentions of the issue with nothing that's either specific or enforceable. So having heard the feedback on the proposal I made last time to constrain the price of the on-site parking, I'd like to propose a couple of conditions that will hopefully cover the same concerns, but with a great deal more flexibility. So condition 2, we need to gather some data. So beginning 2 years after start of occupancy, the building's management will report annually to the Office of Transportation the number of on-site spaces that are being leased. I'll explain a little later how that comes into play, but I think that's not an onerous requirement, and it's similar to requirements we've used in other projects. This allows the Office of Transportation to determine if the on-site spaces are being used effectively, and that's one of the key things we need to know to deal with spillover. Now, RPP permit, residential preferential parking program permits are associated with the address of the permit holder. So that means the Office of Transportation has the ability to make a good estimate of how much spillover is caused by the project. I specifically want to avoid having to do surveys because that's expensive. The time you do the survey makes the results unreliable. This measure is easy, inexpensive, and consistent. I want to give the Office of Transportation the flexibility to decide how much spillover is too much. And just as in other cases, what penalties or incentives should be applied to fix the excess spillover if it occurs. I don't want to specify that tonight. That should be done by the professionals in the OOT. However, I'm going to give you an example of how this would work because I spent a fair amount of time trying to see how it could be made viable before making these suggestions. So this is just an example. The Office of Transportation often assumes that an area is fully parked if it's more than 85% occupied. As far as I know, there's no standard for excess spillover, so OOT would have to establish one, but I trust that they can define one that is reasonable. For the sake of this example, let's say it's 15% of the number of on-site spaces. So total, we're covering about 100% of the on-site spaces. For this project, that works out to be about 12 spaces. So there are 3 conditions that arise. If there are fewer than 12 permits, RPP permits, sold to building residents, then everything is working as intended and no action is needed. So if you believe the TDM plan will accomplish its goals, then this is the case that applies. If there are more than 12 permits sold and the on-site occupancy is greater than 85%, say, then that means the demand reduction in the TDM plan is not working. And that's a piece of information OOT needs to adjust the TDM plan. Finally, the third case, if there are more than 12 permits sold and the on-site occupancy is less than 85%, then you have spillover. Then people are choosing not to park on site, they're going onto the street. And that exports the inconvenience, safety hazards, pollution, noise, all the problems associated with excess parking to other people's neighborhoods. In that case, the Office of Transportation should consider applying penalties or requiring that the price of on-site parking be reduced in a negotiation with the building management. to encourage residents to move their cars back on site. I would hope that building management would support this idea because this is the situation in which they're losing revenue because they don't have good occupancy for their on-site parking places. So they have an incentive to try and make sure that occupancy on site is as high as is practical. Ms. Armour.
Yes, through the chair, I wanted to note that I believe we had a commissioner who has to leave at this time. I wanted to give her a chance to make that statement or anything else before she does.
Right.
Thank you. Are we close to making a motion in the next 4 minutes? I can extend 5 minutes.
I'm through with my example. I will just read the condition. Just say that I believe this is a good example of how things could work. It really has to be done. The design has to come from OOT, but I want to make sure the problem is not ignorable. And thus the third condition, as part of the TDM plan, the Office of Transportation will develop a method to assess spillover parking created by the project and impose incentives or penalties when spillover is excessive. So those are the three conditions that I would consider adding to the motion. Commissioner Templeton.
No, I'm not making the motion. I thought Vice Chair Chang was.
Oh, I just wanted to know if you had any further comment. Okay.
No, if we can vote before I go, I'll participate. And if not, no, I appreciate everybody's comments.
Vice Chair Chang then.
So I'm going to attempt to capture things. I might not, I've been trying to type notes and I may not have done everything. So I move the staff recommendation with the following changes. First, in order to address the issue of balconies in the tree protection zone as highlighted by the ARB, that the project be modified to either be the 66 unit option as presented by the applicant tonight, or that the project remove the balconies from the H2 units for floors 2 to 6 to reduce the encroachment into the tree protection zone as recommended by the ARB. Second, the addition of the following conditions of approval to the record of land use action. So first, the three COAs that Chair Aiken suggested, which is one, to establish an easement covering the area reserved for the middle field special setback to a depth of 20 feet below grade, with the provision that if the easement is used, the applicant is not responsible for replacing the parking spaces that are removed, which I think is what Commissioner Heckman suggested. Okay. Second COA, beginning 2 years after the start of occupancy, the building's management will report annually to the Office of Transportation the number of on-site spaces that are being leased. Third COA, as part of the TDM plan, the Office of Transportation will develop a method to assess spillover parking created by the project and impose incentives or penalties when the spillover is excessive. Fourth COA, remove the asphalt under tree number 10 after construction as recommended by the urban forestry manager. Palo Alto's urban forestry manager. 5, bird safe glass for the 2 units at the corners of the 6th floor, which I believe are units E and F2 on the 6th floor. 6, designating that the approximately 1,900 square feet of commercial space is for neighborhood serving use. So that is it. Now, are there other conditions of approval that I missed? Or do we need to make changes regarding the comp plan goals that are cited for the comprehensive land use element modification, as you had suggested, Commissioner Heckman?
Well, I think actually in your condition 6, you just did that.
Okay.
By specifying for this site, that 1984 has to be used for neighborhood serving, you've addressed it.
And maybe recommending council send it back to us for broader use if we need to consider it more broadly.
No, so I made the condition of approval would restrict the use for this one site, but you, Commissioner Heckman, had brought up other issues with the actual text of the amendment, I believe.
Oh, sure. You're talking about the record of land use approval document, which which actually,
Right, had cited a bunch of comp plan goals and policies, and we need to,
that's, yeah, that's in the, well, that's on the comp plan. So we're not, right now you're making a motion.
I'm making a motion for the entire staff recommendation, which has
Okay.
3 parts,
Yeah.
the EIR, the
Got it.
comp plan,
Okay.
as well as the PC and the record of land use action.
Yes, then on the record of land use action, if you'll include in your motion that they should consider making the findings in that record of land use action more generic.
Okay, what he said.
For the comp plan, we understood, we've got that.
Great. So that is my motion.
Second.
Sorry. Well, just a clarification, because you have used the term neighborhood serving use, which I'm fine with. Finding 3 in the,
Page?
on packet page 35, finding 3, the description currently refers to maintaining the proposed to remain medical office use. Do you need that change to be
So
consistent?
I had asked staff about this beforehand, and I apologize. It's a typo. It's a typo where red lines weren't like fully captured, and staff meant the language to actually say maintain office use, not maintain medical office use. So now I'm just saying we switch that to neighborhood serving use.
Okay, all right. So finding 3 is going to be revised to be consistent with condition approval 6 of your motion.
Yes, correct. Okay.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Pardon me, I just spaced there. You did get it in time. Right, then I believe it's time for a vote.
Yep. Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Chair Agan?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1, noting Commissioner James absent.
Thank you.
Would you-
I have to excuse myself now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Templeton. Would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yes, please. So just,
And if I, sorry, before you do, just a clarification, Commissioner James is absent, not G.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Templeton has left.
While largely I supported the motion, there were a couple aspects to it that I felt we left 4 units on the table. I explained that earlier. I thought the units were right-sized at 70, and then if I didn't have that issue, I probably would have just asked that condition of approval number 3 regarding the RPP permits be voted on separately, but we were going to lose commissioner, and since I wasn't supportive of the main part of the motion because of the loss of units, I didn't feel need to do that. But I will say on that issue, first, as shown in one of the diagrams, this location is about 2 blocks from a half mile to the Caltrain station where buildings will be able to be built with no parking. And anybody who has a car and wants to live in one of those buildings will likely be applying for an RPP permit. And so my thought is this is like, whatever, putting a finger in the dam. There's a much bigger issue that I think we should be talking about, and I think we are talking about comprehensively. Here, I think there is a real, you just run the numbers, and there's a delta per parking space of $1,740 a year. There are 78 parking spaces. I just, did math. I figured, well, just carry that out 20 years. That's $2.7 million. Now, you'd have to reduce that to present value. It's still a pile of money. Now, I think the city is interested in not having this parking spill over to the neighborhood, but I doubt the city would be so interested that they'd be willing to reduce their impact fees by that amount. to ensure that this owner could park everybody at $56 a year that wanted a parking space there. So I was supportive, though, of the idea of collecting the data, which is now a part of our recommendation. So I'm happy for that, because I do think in this bigger discussion of what we're going to do in parking downtown with all these places that might be built with no parking, I think that is going to be useful data. So those are the reasons for my no vote. But I am pleased to see the project moving forward to council.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just an observation, projects that are built in the CD zone are not eligible for residential parking permits. So without gainsaying all the rest of the fine points that you just made, that's useful to know. Right then, I believe we are concluded with this item. And we are ready for item number 3, request for a zoning text amendment to 18.18.120 to allow existing floor area to be replaced in new buildings without increasing the degree of existing noncompliance. Do we have a staff presentation?
Staff will take just a minute or two to get switched over, and then we'll move on to this project.
Let me know when we're ready to proceed.
And I think as Commissioner G just stepped up, we'll ask him to return. All right, we are ready to proceed whenever you are.
Thank you. Mr. Switzer, please proceed.
All right, well, good evening. Here before us, we have, I'll wait for people to exit the chambers. All right. Well, good evening. And before us this evening, we have a text amendment to amend the non-compliant grandfathered uses and facilities in the downtown commercial district. So just a little bit about the request. This is to allow existing non-compliant floor area to be replaced without restricting the existing building envelope. It's commonly referred to as the shrink wrap rule. And to kind of frame the discussion tonight, I wanted to provide a little bit of background of the legislative history of how we've gotten here today. So if we go back to the 1980s, back in 1986, there was an ordinance that is detailed on the screen here that established the commercial downtown district. So that was in response to some soaring development in the early 1980s and some concerns about the compatibility of either large commercial projects with some nearby residential neighborhoods. In creating that commercial district, council had the foresight to understand that there needed to be a provision of some replacement of non-complying floor area for these existing structures that didn't meet the current standards that were put in place in the CD district. So following that, in 1988, a report prepared by staff concluded that buildings within the newly formed commercial downtown district can be remodeled or replaced if there's no increase of non-compliance. So that could result in either a increase of either height, if it's still within the governing CD district regulations, length, width, footprint, what have you. And that continued for about 27 years of consistent staff interpretation of that 1988 report. And if we move forward to 2013, there was a proposal to relocate a non-complying floor area in the property across the street at 261 Hamilton. It was roughly around 6,000 square feet that would be relocated from the basement to form a rear addition on the structure. Following that, after multiple hearings, in 2014, council clarified that the zoning code section prohibits shifting the grandfathered floor area, if you will, in the downtown, including from below grade to above grade. And following that, in 2015, council directed staff to prepare a code amendment to reinforce said provision. So after some time and preparation on staff's behalf, in 2017, an ordinance was adopted. This was roped in with quite a number of items, but Ordinance 5373 clarified and provided a definition of the building envelope in the current CD district. And it is detailed on the screen as well as in the staff report. And it prohibits the replacing of non-compliant floor area in a way that would alter the existing building's three-dimensional shape rather than its potential maximum build out. Following that, in 2022, there was a pre-screening for 616 Ramona Street to allow for the replacement of non-compliant floor area. While that project was, or potential project, should I say, was well received, there was some concerns cited by council. And I've highlighted those in the staff report as well as on the screen here. And just to go through that briefly is the potential number of properties that would be impacted by a code amendment, highlighting some of the pros and cons of said code amendment change, such as either historic impacts to some of the historic structures in the downtown area, seismic and ADA improvements that could be sustained with new buildings, as well as additional open spaces or rooftop terraces that might come with new development, as well as some opportunities for council to potentially incentivize housing in the downtown area, as well as a relationship, if any, to the transfer of development rights program that currently allows some flexibility in floor area in the downtown district. So on to the actual proposal. So the applicant has provided a proposal in attachment A with the proposed text amendment language, and that would essentially remove the subsections that were added in 2017. So that would allow existing non-complying floor area to be demolished and replaced with either renovations or new construction at perhaps differing heights, footprints, and building envelopes with not increasing the degree of non-compliance. Staff provided a little bit modified version rather than perhaps writing, say, a blank check, if you will, for the reconfiguration of this floor area. That comes with some limitations for retail and residential exceptions. So those modifications could potentially incentivize or incorporate residential and retail uses in redevelopment projects when opting for the reconfiguration of this non-compliant floor area. And that language is provided in attachment B. So some considerations for the discussion tonight. The staff report does provide a little bit more detail, but those are highlighted on the screen here. And just going through some of these, finding the connection of some of this language to the council's priority of retail revitalization, potential impacts, if any, to some historic resources in the downtown area, the relationship to the transfer of development rights program, the downtown development cap evaluation from 2014, the ongoing efforts that we have with the downtown housing plan, some fiscal and resource impacts detailed in the staff report, the ongoing efforts with Senate Bill 79, as well as potential properties affected, which is an attachment D. And I have those highlighted on the screen here. So out of the 302 total parcels in the CD district, 87 of those have sustained some either remodels or rebuilding from building permit data from 2011 to 2025. So those are unlikely to rebuild soon. 19 of those have had a floor area above 1:1, and 66 parcels have that non-compliant floor area. So of those 19, if we subtract that, there's likely 47 parcels that would be affected by this said code change. For the recommendation, staff is looking for the PTC's feedback on the proposed text amendment, and we're definitely all ears. So with that, I can entertain any further questions, and I know that the applicant has a presentation that provides some context as well.
All right, clarifying questions for staff. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. First question, the title of this item refers to allowing existing floor area to be replaced in new buildings without increasing degree of existing non-compliance. My impression is that the shrink wrap rule would apply to a remodel, a substantial remodel, not just a tear down new building. And I think that's what's intended here, new construction in buildings. But I just wanted to make sure that the title is broad enough that we can go forward tonight.
I will defer that to the city attorney to see if he is comfortable with us proceeding with this discussion.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. Next question, the staff report recommends that we review the applicant's request and provide feedback to staff. That's in the recommendation, but on packet page 250, it says following the PTC's review and recommendation, the evidence would go to city council. So my question is, does staff want feedback or a recommendation to come out of this agenda item?
Feedback for tonight, and that section of the staff report that you were referencing is more so about process of next steps. So, but feedback for tonight would be desired.
Yes, and we would continue this discussion to a date uncertain, because eventually, if there is a code change, it would require a recommendation from PTC to council making the final decision.
Okay, all right. So we're going to see this again. So feedback tonight, when it comes back to us, a recommendation. All right. And then the third question I had is, one of the slides referenced, 27 years of consistent interpretation. I'm wondering if staff has a rough count of the number of interpretations that happened between 1988 and 2015. I know in the Hayes letter, they cite, I think, 10 that were specific to them, right? And they were aware of others. So I'm wondering if staff has a broader number so we can get a sense of its utility during those years.
There is some limited records, but ours do align with the applicants for the more recent projects. But if we get a little bit further back in time, record keeping is a little difficult to kind of connect those dots. So as for an exact number, I do not have that for you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Those are my clarifying questions.
Any other clarifying questions for staff? If not, then I believe it's time for the applicant's presentation. Here for a meeting. Good evening, Chair Aiken, members of the commission. Thank you so much for your, how many, do I have 15 minutes? Okay, I should be fine. Thank you for your service and for your endurance, especially. My name's Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects, and I want to talk to you tonight about the shrink wrap rule, a little bit of history. Of course, staff has done some of that. A little bit about the paralyzing effect that the shrink wrap rule has had on the downtown in the last 10 years, and offer a very simple solution that I was actually looking for a recommendation to council on, to tell you the truth. But it all started in 1986. So in 1986, council adopted ordinance 3696, which reduced the FAR in the CDC from 3-to-1 to 1-to-1. But they acknowledged at the time that many properties would become non-complying as a result. The ordinance that was adopted required that facilities that, when built, were complying facilities shall be deemed to be complying. Quote, such a facility shall be permitted to be remodeled, improved, replaced without necessity to comply with site development regulations. Any such remodeling, improvement, or replacement shall result in increased floor area, height, length, or any other increase in the size of the facility only pursuant to exceptions to floor area regulations. And those are historic bonuses, seismic bonuses, and TDRs. This language, not very clear, obviously led to confusion over non-complying floor areas. So to clear things up, in March of '88, the city manager's staff report to council offers an interpretation in the area that's highlighted in yellow there says where existing floor area at or above grade is eliminated, whether that's the whole building or a portion is demolished, such buildings would be permitted to be remodeled and replaced, provided there would be no increase in the building's non-compliance in floor area or in height. However, in remodeling or in replacing, such buildings would be permitted to be reconfigured in terms of length, width, and height, so long as the existing floor area was not increased, except for the aforementioned exceptions. Also, in no event could you go higher than 50 feet. It goes on to say that, and this is in the staff report, this could mean that a 2-story, 10,000 square foot building, which is shown on the left, could become a 3-story, 10,000 square foot building with a reduced building footprint so long as the height limits were not exceeded, the 50 feet. Such an interpretation permits reasonable, this is quote, reasonable flexibility for buildings undergoing remodeling and or replacement so that improved building design that the city has identified over time as contributing to the enhancement of the downtown will be encouraged, close quote. So one can imagine the green area there in the building on the right, which is the same floor area, could be used for site amenities or a better site plan, but the building is the same in terms of area as the 2-story building. And these are just some examples of our projects in the downtown, all of which, and this is probably from 1990, let's say, until 1996, until 2015. And they all utilize non-complying floor area. But everything changed in 2016 when council adopted ordinance 5373, And this is different than what staff said. Staff said 2017. I believe it was 2016 during controversy on 261 Hamilton across the street, and added the red text to 1818-120 A2C and B2C. And it reads, if I again may read, grandfathered uses and facilities are permitted to remodel, improve, or replace site improvements, provided such remodeling, improvement, or replacement complies with all the following. And this was how it was interpreted forever. Shall not increase the floor area, shall not relocate below grade floor area above grade, and C, shall not result in an increase in the height, length, building envelope, new text, building footprint, or any other increase in the size of the improvement. And then for the purposes of this section, quote, building envelope, unquote, shall mean the three-dimensional shape and size occupied by an existing building. It's not sort of the envelope of the site for the potential development of the site. The red text is the birth of the shrink wrap rule, as I've diagrammed there with my palette. The shrink wrap rule renders non-complying facilities frozen in time, paralyzed, unless an owner wants to eliminate existing floor area to build a new, better building. In a typical Class B commercial building, existing floor area is worth at least $1,200 a foot. The shrink wrap rule says to replace a building and existing non-complying floor area, the new building must match the existing building's 3D shape, as though covered in plastic shrink wrap, just like the palette on the slide. No owner I know is going to tear down their building to build back the same building. They want a better building. We all want a better building. Therefore, owners of existing buildings, non-complying buildings, are paralyzed. To replace a building with a new, better building with greater floor-to-floor heights and reconfigured footprint, or to provide needed housing in our downtown in a mixed-use building, the new building must eliminate existing non-complying grandfathered commercial floor area. Therefore, an existing two-story building with an FAR 2-to-1 must eliminate 1 story, and a 3-story building with an FAR of 3-to-1, it needs to eliminate 2 stories of existing floor area to be compliant. For a 5,000 square foot site common in the downtown, this is at least $6 million to $12 million in value. No owner is going to tear down their building to lose value. Owners of existing buildings are paralyzed. I did some of my own research and also had a public records search done to help prove my case. New buildings in the downtown since January 2016, almost 10 years now, total 1. It is 620 Emerson, which is the Nobu Garden building, but it wasn't subject to the shrink wrap rule. It was a complying building beforehand, so they could do whatever they wanted. 429 University, we're all familiar with that, was approved before the shrink wrap rule, so it wasn't considered. 355 Hamilton, which is actually outside the housing my boundary is the housing study area. Staff's boundary is the CDC. But if it was, it would not have been subject to the shrink wrap rule either, because it too was a complying building before the demolition. That's on the corner of Webster and Hamilton. Remodeled buildings in the downtown since 2016, total 2. 480 Lytton, which was one of ours. It was not subject to the shrink wrap rule since it was a complying building. And 355 University, which was the design within reach building, it was subject to the shrink wrap rule. And it's the only project in 10 years that has the constraint of the shrink wrap rule that an owner embarked on a project. And that actually wasn't the owner, it was the tenant. So that was also our project. New buildings built or remodeled in the downtown subject to the shrink wrap rule total 1 in nearly 10 years. This is paralysis. Owners of non-complying buildings don't know what to do. They're unable to move. They're paralyzed. Lewis Mumford, urban theorist and historian of cities, said, quote, "The city must periodically divide and renew itself or risk suffocation," close quote. Mumford warned that cities that refuse to divide and regenerate become stagnant and diseased. He believed that cities should grow like living organisms shaped by human needs, nature, and history. The shrink wrap rule has led to paralysis, and it will lead to the eventual suffocation of our downtown. Here's a parcel disposition map that I prepared based on the downtown housing study area, not the CDC. Properties, historic properties, it lists historic properties, recently redeveloped properties, non-complying properties, and I'm happy to come back to this later if you have questions about it. But in the upper right-hand
corner is this legend. And basically, this is what the legend says. There are approximately 276 parcels in this area that I studied. Subtracting recently redeveloped parcels, historic properties, public facilities, and residential properties from this leaves 98 properties available for redevelopment in this study area. Of these, 42 or 43% are subject to the shrink wrap rule and will likely not redevelop because of it. However, according to the city's map in the staff's in your packet tonight, actually, it is worse. 47 out of 66 properties, or 71%, are subject to the shrink wrap rule. However, the benefits to the downtown and building owners by eliminating the shrink wrap rule are many. We get better buildings responding to contemporary needs, healthier buildings and workplaces, energy efficient, all electric buildings with solar arrays offsetting embodied carbon over time, greener buildings with daylighting, safer code compliant buildings, accessible buildings. Many of these existing buildings that are multi-story have no elevators, no accessible toilets, or perhaps even entries. We get more desirable retail spaces with higher ceilings and storefronts. It encourages owners to build mixed-use housing projects by allowing owners to replace their commercial floor area. You get an increased property tax base. There's no increase in commercial floor area. It's the same floor area that exists, and it restores the natural process of renewal that was interrupted by the shrink wrap rule in 2016, and it is fair to building owners who have paid property taxes and parking assessment in lieu fees for years on existing floor area. I propose the city remove the shrink wrap rule sections 1818, 128.2C and B2C. Removing these two sections will allow existing floor area above grade to be replaced in new buildings that better respond to the natural and built environments. These new buildings may have different footprints, heights, and envelopes. They will be able to maintain their existing floor area without increasing the degree of noncompliance while complying with all other site development requirements. Please make a recommendation to council tonight and move this forward, the shrink wrap rule, eliminate the shrink wrap rule, and restore the natural evolution and health of our downtown. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Normally, we would find out if there's public comment so that you have an opportunity to respond to it before we question you. So, Mr. Tavera, do we have any public commenters?
Yes, through the chair, I have 2 requests to speak.
Then let's proceed.
All right. Our first speaker is John S.
Thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners. And I also applaud your fortitude in getting through all these things and spending so many nights here. John Schenk with the Thwaites brothers and representing the Thwaites family, who's been a active member of the community for, I don't know, 130, 140 years. And we today probably have the most numbers of properties in the CDC. And we stay in very close contact with our many retail, more retail than office tenants, but we have retail and office in the downtown. And as well as the neighbors. As Mr. Hayes was describing, I think my term has been the mummification of the downtown. We've looked at acquiring a property and ended up not because of the shrink wrap rule. We knew we couldn't do anything to the building in the future without losing more than half of what we were thinking if we would buy. I know it also dampens the marketplace in the downtown from companies who want to look at, hey, if we were to move in and we want to be able to grow, could we add on? There's some land. Nope, you can't. Nope, we can't. Nope, we can't. And that's bad. Some people think, and there's been a voice in the community that's sort of anti-office, like somehow office is bad, but boy, retail's great. If we don't have office, we're not going to have retail. Our retailers have all submitted to the city, especially at the beginning of COVID when we were trying to figure out what's going on. 70, 80% of their sales are from the office employees. We need that. We need to reinvest in our buildings, in our spaces. And just, there's also something just from the ownership side of the property owner side where and it just feels wildly unjust to say, hey, you built a building according to code. The city council did what it did early on, recognizing, I think more in the moment, what the intent was and what the city's position was on these legal non-conforming buildings. And to now, hey, thanks for paying all your assessments on it and on all this square footage and all these things, but to reinvest and get a retail height that's decent and redo the office and get rid of asbestos in buildings and all these things that happen in a more normal course. No, we can't. You're leave it as it is or get rid of it. It doesn't make sense. And I'm also hoping, and I implore you to stay focused on the shrink wrap rule in these words and not conflate this issue with other meaningful things like how do we generate more housing? How do we do this? How do we do that? I think we need to really focus on this as we work on all these other matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sheen.
Our next speaker is Mark M.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mark Moraney, and I'm for the owners of 616 Ramona, which is just across the street on Ramona here. I want to say that I think the ordinance that was passed in 2016 was an ill-conceived ordinance. I think it was really targeted for a specific property and didn't have the foresight to see what the impact of it would be on our building stock in the CD district specifically and in downtown in general. In 2022, we had a pre-screening with the city council to talk about our project, and I think it was well received, but they simply, for all intents and purposes, said we can't do anything about it because the shrink wrap rule doesn't allow you to effectively touch the exterior of the building or modify it at all. And 2 years ago, in front of the Architectural Review Board, we had a study session, and it was well received by the members of the Architectural Review Board. And in fact, I'm going to probably get this fixed up, but Chair Balte took a straw poll of all members that asked whether or not they supported, in our case, increasing the building height by 10%. All of them thought that was acceptable to do. Again, the code wouldn't allow that to happen, but just shows the difficulty or really impossibility of working with the shrink wrap rule. So thank you for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hayes, you have 3 minutes to respond if you wish. And I suspect we will have some questions for you.
Yeah, I guess my response, I mean, I'm consistent with what they've said, that it just seems like a real injustice that was done kind of in the heat of the moment in 2016 without fully understanding what the consequences might be on the downtown building stock. And I think we're finding that out now. It's going to have a greater effect on the future. So I really think it's an urgency. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you have questions to ask of Mr. Hayes, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Mr. Hayes, can you pull up the slide that you had with the changes the council made in 2016?
Can
you pull that one? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said staff.
No, I'm
My
sorry.
apologies.
No. Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I'm here a lot, but I am so sorry.
That's okay. That one?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to ask about Part B. Shall not relocate below grade floor area above grade, because that's a provision that, according to our staff report, was actually added in 2016. That was one of the changes they made, and which might make sense because that project that spurred this was 5,000 square feet coming from underground up. So it was new in 2016, but from your proposed change, it seems like you're not proposing to delete that.
So I'm not 100% sure that it was added in 2016.
Okay.
Right? You think it was, Stephen? For sure. Anyway, that was the policy since I've been working in Palo Alto. So that would go back to 1989. And you were never allowed, like the Joseph Banks building, the reason it has that basement down below with that nice, well, it's an office space, we thought it could be retail, was because we couldn't bring it up.
Yeah.
And that building was done in 2001, something like that.
All right, so
it was always the policy that you could not bring below floor area above grade.
Okay, all right. So, and that's why when I am looking at your proposed modification, you're not touching that prohibition.
I was not.
Okay. So then when we look at C, what I think you are correctly showing here, the language added by council in 2016.
Correct.
Your proposed, and you've commented in your letter in here that before council made these changes, from the time of the interpretation in 1988 until the council made the shrink wrap rule, it worked fine. The ordinance as interpreted worked fine. So that made me wonder why your proposed revision for C doesn't just take us back to what C looked like in 2015, but rather you have it, you're proposing delete the whole thing, which seems like it would make more flexibility than we had before 2016.
Well, so I think that C, the text in black that was there before, that's I think left over from the original language that staff had to issue an interpretation in that staff report in 1988. This is what we meant.
Right.
I still think this is very unclear. I mean, it says, shall not result in an increase in the height, length, building envelope, or any other increase in the size of the improvement. How would you interpret that if you were an architect and with staff, even if this red text was removed? It just needs to be cleaned up, I think.
So, but I think the answer from 1988 to 2015 was you look at the interpretation.
Correct.
And that worked for you on at least 10 projects.
Yes.
Okay. So do you think by doing your amendment, and which takes all of C out, are you creating actually more flexibility than existed from 88 to 2015?
More flexibility, yeah, without that there, I don't see that it would result in a different building than if it is there. I just think it makes it clearer.
Okay.
You can't move below grade floor area above grade, and you can't increase the floor area unless you have exempt floor area, which would be TDRs and seismic and historic bonus.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm clearer now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions for Mr. Hayes? All right. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. It's time to open it up for discussion. And I would like to needle staff a little bit about our intended action tonight. What's the rationale for not making a recommendation to council?
So I'll start, and the project planner may have something to add, but as stated in the staff report, there are a lot of moving parts going on in downtown right now. And so things like going through the process for the downtown housing plan and the potential for Senate Bill 79 could be signed by the governor any day, which would potentially increase the heights and densities and FAR for all of these parcels up to, 65 to 75 feet in height and FARs of 3 or 3.5, depending on how far you are from the transit center, for projects that are at least a certain percentage housing. There's so many changes. It's the recommendation from staff is to have this initial discussion because we do have an application before us. But with the understanding of all of those things going on at the same time, that this may not be the time to move forward with an action on this, given that next week, the environment for this, the context, at least in terms of the state law, could be drastically different than it is today.
I see. Thank you. That's sufficient for my understanding anyway. Further questions? Commissioner Heckman.
So questions of staff now?
We can proceed to discussion if no more questions remain.
Okay, so I do have a question for staff. And that really relates to this, the dialogue I just had with Mr. Hayes. So I understand the staff alternative version in attachment B removes the shrink wrap rule in a more limited set of circumstances to retail-like, and residential. What I'm trying to understand is the version proposed by the applicant. Is it effectively the same as existed prior to the shrink wrap rule, or is it more flexible? And the explanation from Mr. Hayes, which by all means might be right, is the applicant's version equals the pre-2015 version plus the 1988 interpretation. It gets you to the same place so that for any application, you wouldn't get more or less. And that may well be so, but I'd like staff to weigh in on that. And if you don't know tonight, if this is coming back to us, then I think that's something we should understand. And again, my perspective on that is if it wasn't broke, if it didn't appear to be broken prior to 2015, then why shouldn't we just go back there, but maybe with retaining the sentence about you can't move from underground up, which appears from the staff report to be something that was added in 2016. So do you know now, or is that something you need to study?
I can definitely take a stab at that. I think, this text amendment offers a timely opportunity to address some barriers to the existing code that we have in downtown. There, as mentioned by the assistant director, a lot of ongoing planning efforts at either the state level or the local level with our housing plan, downtown housing plan, and some retail revitalization priorities of council. If we're looking at the language itself, it's a little hard to kind of pinpoint how removing C altogether would either make it more, or should I say less restrictive than the 1988 interpretation. I think having no language there, I think it definitely would be understood that you could reconfigure the floor area. Having the 1988 interpretation, that staff report was provided because the language that if we were to revert back to was unclear. So I think, if we're considering that, at least from my viewpoint, it's a code, text, language in the code, as well as an interpretation that has to be, paired with it in order to get that final conclusion. So if we're able to provide some more clarity or conciseness in the code without having to have a reliance on an interpretation document, that perhaps would be a good situation to be in. So
if there are other questions, I'll yield. Otherwise, I can make some comments.
I see no other lights, so let's proceed to discussion.
All right. So, and staff, thank you for that. Conceptually, I agree that I think it's ideal to have a code that can stand on its own without a separate 30-plus-year-old interpretation that has to be read as a companion. So, and I think you're right. This is a good opportunity to do that through this process. So, I wanted to thank the Hayes Group. We have applications from architects and developers all the time. Usually they're focused on a single project. It's pretty rare that an entity will, take the laboring and bear the expense to actually change an ordinance that's beyond their project, that really for the benefit of the whole city. And I think it does take a longtime player in Palo Alto, and we have a lot of, extraordinary talent in the development community here in Palo Alto. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I appreciate you didn't have to do it, but you did it, and it's a problem that I think needs a solution. Lawyers have this saying that bad facts make bad law. And what it refers to is sometimes you get these weird situations and judges react with a ruling that might make sense for that one weird situation, but the ruling isn't limited to the one weird situation. It applies across the board. And when you start to apply it across the board, you get all these unintended consequences that really weren't thought of because they weren't in the little bubble that judge was addressing. And I feel like that might have happened here back in 2015, 2016, is something really, an application was made that the council really disliked. And they said, we have to fix it. We have to fix it so this can't happen. We need to clarify this. And so they added this provision. You can't move stuff from below grade above, but then they added some other things, perhaps because those weren't at issue on that site, not thinking through what had happened. But now we've got 10 years of data, or more accurately, the absence of data, showing that there were some unintended consequences. We haven't, I did read the minutes. Actually, I thought that because the transcript of those 2016 minutes was here, I figured, oh, this must be in the Stanford item, which is at the back, and it's like 70 pages. So I read through that, not finding this, except there were actually some references to, oh, they've got some legal nonconforming, but that's okay because of the ordinance. So there are actually some kind of backward references. So I didn't really know, one of the questions I had is, what happened? Why did this happen? And that was anticipated by our staff in answering that. So now we've got 10 years of non-data to know there's a real problem with an unintended consequence. And so I do think we need to fix it. Because it seems like we're not making a recommendation, I would like staff as this goes forward to ensure that that losing the language in C that was there before 2016 won't somehow create the unintended consequence of allowing things that couldn't happen between 88 to 2015 to happen. So I'd like, yeah, and you might have to sort of think through a few examples to do that. And so then the last comment I'll make is there's a staff alternative, which is really to apply this in a more limited setting to retail-like and residential. And I appreciate the provision of the alternative, but I think we need our buildings to become new when they can, to upgrade. And I don't, and there's only 47 of them that we're talking about anyway. And so I don't want to eliminate some of those and force them to stay as they are, inefficient, outdated, because the owners aren't wanting to, aren't able to renovate because of the shrink wrap rule. So it would be interesting to know, well, how many of the 47 might that apply to? In other words, I think the potential, the realistic universe for the applicant's version is 47. I didn't see in the staff report the realistic universe for the staff version. I'm assuming it must be somewhat smaller. Maybe it's in there, I just didn't see it.
May 66 parcels would be affected, and that's removing the 19 that had sustained some renovations from 2011 through 2015. So that would bring it down to 47. So 47 would be the number that would likely be able to redevelop in the near term if we're thinking about that.
But it would apply to all the same parcels. The difference between the two has more to do with what's proposed than what's existing.
Right, right. So unless I was one of those 47 parcels, unless I was proposing retail-like, or residential above ground floor, I'd have the shrink wrap rule.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Vice Chair Chang.
So I also would ask, Commissioner Heckman asked some really good questions there. My initial reaction to kind of the two options that were presented were that I appreciated staff's restriction of the applicability, but what the applicant said about, showing that you could make the building higher and set it back further, that makes a lot of sense to me. So it's unclear to me, like, I don't have a good sense of what the goals are. If we're saying that, this office is here and we're fine with that office continuing, then I don't see any problem with changing the shape of it. I don't know. I'm trying to understand what the purpose of the shrink wrap rule was. And without that context, it doesn't make any sense, because the zoning is what should determine the shape of the building. And if we're grandfathering stuff in, then the question is, it's kind of a larger question, policy question. Do we want that office, existing office, to be transitioned to something else? And if that's the case, then we need to think about what we want it to be transitioned to. And then the staff, the staff option B, attachment B would make sense. But I think that's the big question. And I don't think I have enough information in terms of kind of the interplay between office and retail and housing and all of that. I mean, it is very, very linked to the downtown housing plan and SB 79 and what happens there. So that's sort of, I think it's sort of like, what are the goals that we are trying to achieve here? I don't think shrink wrap itself is the goal. So, but then what are the goals that shrink wrap was trying to achieve? And I don't think we have enough context for that. So that's, I mean, I think, yeah, that's my overall feedback. I need some sense of what council wants here, or what the downtown housing plan wants, in order to figure out what changes should be made. I do think that the current language in the code is not good. It doesn't make any sense at all for any number of reasons. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anything from Commissioner G or Commissioner Peterson? Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm supportive of it. When 3 people come from the community, they're practitioners and seem to have, a unified voice on it. I think it speaks to me that definitely this is something that needs to be done. And looking at the wall over here, I'm trying to say, okay, who did it? And yeah, I'm favorable of definitely these revisions.
Commissioner G, anything? All right, I have few comments. I appreciate the incentive that is baked into staff's proposal in attachment B. However, I like the simplicity of the applicant's version in attachment A. So while I would find either acceptable, I find version A preferable, assuming that the concerns raised by Commissioner Heckman have been addressed. Is there any other feedback you would like from us?
Thank you for the feedback that was provided. I think it definitely gives us some more things to think about in this opportune time that we have with some ongoing efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, and good luck working your way through all of the complexity of the next period.
Because this is listed as an action item, do we need to continue it to a date uncertain?
I will defer to the city attorney if he has an opinion on that.
Yes, there should probably be a motion to that effect.
Okay, I move that we continue this item to a date uncertain.
Second.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Chair Egan?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0, noting Commissioner James and Templeton are absent.
Thank you, Mr. Tavera. I have a quick question for staff before we move on to commissioner questions, and that is still no minutes to approve?
That is correct. Sometimes we do receive them in batches, and we will share them with you at a reasonable pace once they become available.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, it's now time for commissioner questions, comments, and announcements. Do we have any? I see none. Very well done. We are adjourned.